Yeah. In the previous session, we had set up a lab with Oracle VirtualBox and RHEL operating system in the personal desktop or laptop. So in the RHEL server, we are going to set up local repository. This is today's session to us. So I'm going to open my Oracle VirtualBox, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, which is my operating system. I'm going to start the server. This is my Red Hat Enterprise Linux server and my VirtualBox. My server is going to up in few minutes. So this is my RHEL8 server. This is the user, student 1. I'm going to click on this and giving password of the student 1 and clicking on sign in. This is my graphical user interface, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 operating system. This is my GUI based RHEL 8 Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Just I am going to open the terminal. IP space R space L is a command to see the IP address of this server. The IP address is 192.168.1.17. I am going to connect this server from my desktop Putty software. This is the Putty software. It is a client based software. Here we can give the server IP address. Server IP address you can see here 192.168.1.17. The same IP address I am going to give at Putty as IP address 192.168.1.17 and click on OK. And I am going to give the username as student1. And I'm going to give the password of the student1. I'm going to use the command clear to clear the screen, and su space hyphen command I'm using to switch to the root user. Now I am at root. The host name is RHEL8, host name or server name. So PWD present working directory. I am at /root. This is root home directory defaultly. Going to clear the screen. df-ht command I am using to see the entire mount points here. You just see the command. We will discuss the same commands in upcoming sessions. So here I'm going to mount the RHEL 8.3 version. RHEL 8.3 version. So this is mounted. Mount means insert the DVD into DVD drive. Just like that. Just again I am using the command df-ht. Here you can see run media student 1 RHEL 8.3 base OS 64-bit base OS. Okay, I am going to the directory with the help of cd command. Cd, I'm going to take all the things, paste it here and hit the enter. ls-l is a command to list out all the files and directories from this directory or folder. See, currently we are in this directory. Whatever our RHEL 8.3 DVD is there, in that DVD we are. So the DVD is having these folders and files. These are the directories: base OS and app stream. Under this directory, you can see lot of RPM files. ls-l app stream. See how many are there? Packages and repo data is there. If you take packages, see how many are there? So these are the RPM packages. Packages we can call it in Linux and software call it in Windows environment. So these RPM packages we are going to copy into the local server and we do the configuration to install these softwares or packages. How we can make that? You just follow these steps. mkdir is command to create directory rpms. I'm going to create a rpms directory. Directory is nothing but folder. I created that. And cp is command hyphen capital R, this option to copy AppStream directory into RPMS created directory. I'm going to copy this entire directory or folder into this newly created directory or folder. I'm going to copy. So entire RPM packages comes under this app stream. So this folder we are going to copy into our local server. The directory or folder name is RPMS. To copy the entire directories, files and directories can copy into this RPMs. It will take a little bit time. Once copied this app stream directory, another base OS directory we can copy like same app stream. Yeah, here repo is nothing but you are going to copy all the softwares from the RHEL 8 DVD into your local machine, into your local machine or local server, which was which was built RHEL 8 recently, I mean yesterday. So you are copying all the software from your DVD, Here you can see base OS and AppStream is the folders of softwares. The two AppStream folders copied into the RPM RPMs folder, RPMS folder. So these RPM folders, it cannot detect automatically. The system cannot detect automatically. So once copy from the DVD to RPMs folder, the softwares are located here. The softwares are located in the RPMs directory. So here repositories, if we create repositories pwd etcm.repos.d, repos is nothing but a kind of file we need to create. In that file, these folders are directories information we can give there. You can give there. See, this is the default directory, already it is there in the server. ls-l command if you give here. So for this app streams, we created one file, and for base OS we created another file. So what content is there in the file? See, if you see the app stream, base URL checking for softwares. So the software location is RPM's app stream. Under this directories, what are the softwares are there? The softwares we can able to install. Same like that, base OS softwares also. Here base URL we have given. Under this RPMs base OS folder is there. Under the folder you are having different kind of softwares. The softwares you can install in the system. So that is called repo. You are copying all the softwares in your system in one location or one folder. That folder information you are giving in this file, and we are going to give a file name like base OS repo or appstream.repo. So this is the main purpose. Are you able to understand? Is it clear, my dear friend? Suppose if you are using Windows operating system, VLC player is required to install in your system. How you can make it? You need to download and save in your system. Then you can install the VLC software. Then only you can able to play the VLC player. Suppose you are having some softwares in your pen drive, the softwares you can copy into your system, or directly you can install from the pen drive. So suppose DVD, if it is there, you need to put the DVD constantly in your system. So here what we are doing, whatever the softwares folders are there, the softwares folders we are copying and paste into the local system. It means we are copying some softwares from DVD, ISO DVD, and paste into local system. So all softwares are pasted into the local system. Whatever the softwares you want to install, for that purpose, one file we are going to create. Under the file, we are going to give the path of the softwares. Path of the softwares. This is called repo. This is called repo. If you are able to, if you are understand this, please raise your hand or give reply, my dear friend. Okay, I think this is query is clear, right? I hope you understand this. We will continue few more configurations to complete this local repository. M clean all. If there are any, suppose if there are any repositories are there, that entire unwanted repos or unwanted temporary files are there, that entire thing can clear. And if you want to see the repo list, then you can use this repo list. So M clean all means it's clear all the things unnecessary or any kind of temp repository files. That entire thing can clear it, and then it can show us a repo entire list. This is the purpose of clean all. I hope you got it, and we will see what is GPG check and enabled in upcoming session. As of now, we are going to install and configure local repository. Okay, there is dedicated chapter there we can understand the GPG check and enable 0. So as of now, you just follow how we are making local repository and how we can create a repo file, and then how we can list out the repo list. Just follow the concepts. Correct. Softwares in Windows. Softwares in Windows. Programs in Windows. Zip softwares are there. Different kind of softwares. Whatever the softwares in the Windows, the same software, the same kind of softwares we can call in the Linux environment, that is packages. In Windows environment, executable files are there. File name .exe. In the Red Hat environment, file name, I mean package name or software name .rpm. RPM stands for Red Hat Package Manager. Red Hat Package Manager. Okay, we will see the GPG check equal to 1. How, when, and where we need to use it, and enable. We had given 0, and if we give 1, what will happen? 0, 1. If we give 1, what happened? 0. If we give, what will happen? We will see there is one dedicated chapter there, we can understand more clearly. Okay. You check with Anant for the notes. He can share the details to you. Already I had shared his number to you. He's the management concern person. Yeah, tomorrow we will have session. So for doing this lab setup in your desktop or laptop, then you can able to practice all the chapters concepts. Then you can get the hands-on experience with the different kind of commands, how you can do in the server. Sessions are 7 days a week. It's continuously classes will happen. If any holidays are coming, management will notice to you. Here we are going to learn Red Hat Enterprise Linux official concepts not related to Ubuntu. We are going to learn Red Hat System Administrator concepts. Once you learn all these concepts, you can write the examination and you will be the Red Hat Enterprise Linux System Administrator Professional. We are not covering Ubuntu chapters here. If you want to practice, you can do that. But here we are only focus on RHEL 8. This is professional certification syllabus. If you want to practice Ubuntu, you can practice along with the RHEL 8. So tomorrow we will see managing files from the command line. So lab setup, how we can build, you can do from your end for lab setup. The chapters concepts you can practice at your end, so you can get the hands-on. That's it for today's session. We will see tomorrow at 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. IST. Ubuntu is different. Ubuntu is different. Ubuntu is different. RHEL is different. Both are Linux. Both are Linux, but they are different Linux flavors. Whatever commands mostly similar, few commands may be vary. Few commands may be vary because by using open source code, Red Hat built their own way and they are providing service to the enterprise organizations. Like that, Ubuntu team did some modification in the Linux open source and made it as Ubuntu name, and they are providing services or community services from their own end, from their own. So lot of Linux flavors are there in the market throughout the global, but Red Hat is the one of the topmost vendor, Linux vendor. So you have to install RHEL 8 version in the VMware and you can practice. These commands can run properly in the RHEL 8 server, not in Ubuntu. Some comments maybe vary in Ubuntu and RHEL. So you should practice in the RHEL server. What are the official concepts or official chapters we are looking? I hope you understand this. See you tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. IST. Have a good day. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Yes. Today's session, we are going to see the chapter 1 is getting started with Red Hat Enterprise Linux. This is, in this chapter, we can see the information about the Linux and what is open source and Linux distributions and Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Let's see one by one. This is like information we can get in this chapter. So this is like theoretical part. How we can start with the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. What is Enterprise Linux? The entire things we can see one by one. So here, why should you learn about Linux? Why should you learn about Linux? Here, we are interacting the Linux system through browsing the World Wide Web, and using e-commerce sites to buy and sell products like Flipkart and Amazon, different kind of Mantra, different kind of e-commerce sites we can use to buy and sell products. We are using and browsing the World Wide Web. The backend system is Linux systems. Directly, if you are not able to using, but we can browse the backend Linux systems through World Wide Web and by using e-commerce sites for buying the products. And Linux is using for the world's stock market and Linux is using for the top 500 super computers in the world. Linux is using for the top 500 supercomputers in the world. And Linux is using for the big data solutions Linux is using for the cloud technologies. Linux is using for the DevOps projects and many more. And many more projects we can use these Linux systems. If you are looking for new opportunities in IT industry, in IT domain, Linux skills are in high demand. In high demand. If you are looking for new opportunities in IT domain, Linux skills are in high demand. What makes Linux great? What makes Linux great? Linux is an open source software. Linux is an open source software. Linux provides easy access to a powerful and scriptable command line interface, CLI. Linux is a modular operating system that allows you to easily replace or remove components like Python, databases like MySQL, MongoDB, etc. These are different kind of components we can remove or we can replace or we can install, and that we can do in this Linux. Here, what is open source software? What is open source software? Open source software is a kind of software with source code. Open source software is software with source code that anyone can use, study, modify, and share. Source code is the set of human readable instructions. Source code is the set of human readable instructions that are used to make a program. Make a program. Some software has source code that only the person, team, or organization that created it can see or change or distribute. This kind of software, this software is sometimes called proprietary or closed source. This software is sometimes called proprietary or closed source software. Typically, the license only allows the end user to run the program and provides no access or tightly limited access to the source. So here the license only allows to the end user to run the program, and it doesn't have the access, and it is very limited access. So this kind of softwares is available, and open source means we can use the code and study them and modify them and share to others. See here, open source software is different. That is, when the copyright holder provides software under an open source license, they grant the user the right to run the program and also to view, modify, compile, and redistribute the source, that is royalty free to others. Open source has many benefits for the user. One is control and training and security and stability. If you see the control, see what the code does and change it to improve it. What the code does and change it to improve. That control is happening. And about the training, learn from real world code and develop more useful applications or apps. For the security, this is an inspect sensitive code, fix with or without the original developers help. So here, who are the original developers? Original developers help. We can fix any kind of security things, or else required we can take help from the developers. So about the stability, code can survive the loss of the original developer and distributor. The bottom line is that open source allows the creation of better software with a higher return on investment by collaboration. Here we can see types of open source licenses. Types of open source licenses. Two broad classes of open source license that are particularly important. They are, first one is copyleft license. One is copyleft license, and second one is permissive license. What is copyleft license? This copyleft license that are designed to encourage keeping code open source. Designed to encourage keeping code open source. And permissive license is that are designed to maximize code reusability. Who develops open source software? Who develops open source software? It is a misconception to think that open source is developed solely by an army of volunteers or even an army of individuals plus Red Hat plus Red Hat. Volunteers and the academic community play a significant role and can make vital contributions vital contributions, especially in new technology areas. In new technology areas. The combination of formal and informal development provides a highly dynamic and productive environment. Who is Red Hat? Who is Red Hat? So here, if we see here, who develops open source software? That open source software is developed solely by an army of volunteers or even any army of individuals plus Red Hat. So here, who is Red Hat? We can see about the Red Hat now. Red Hat is the world's leading provider of open source software solutions. Using a community powered approach to reliable and high performance cloud, high performance cloud and Linux middleware, storage and virtualization technologies. So Red Hat is the world's leading provider of open source software solutions using community powered approach to reliable and high performance cloud, and it is providing Linux services and middleware technologies and storage and virtualization technologies. So you can see in the official website products of Red Hat. See all the products: Linux platforms, middleware, virtualization platform, cloud computing, storage, management, etc. These products available from the Red Hat. And here, what is Linux distribution? What is a Linux distribution? A Linux distribution is an installable operating system constructed from a Linux kernel and supporting user programs and libraries. A Linux distribution is an installable operating system constructed from a Linux kernel and supporting user programs and libraries. This is the Linux distribution. Red Hat is a one Linux distribution operating system. A distribution provides an easy way for users to install and manage a working Linux system. Finally, we can see the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Red Hat Enterprise Linux. This Red Hat Enterprise Linux is development of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Development of Red Hat Enterprise Linux is Red Hat develops and integrates open source software into RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, through a multi-stage process. Red Hat participates in supporting individual open source project. Individual open source projects. This Red Hat, it contributes code, developer time, resources, and other support. Often collaborating with developers, collaborating with developers from other distributions, and it helps to improve the general quality of software for everyone. Here Red Hat is having one is Red Hat is having three kind of OS. That is, one is Fedora, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and CentOS. If you look into the Fedora is a community project. Fedora is a community project that produces and releases a complete free Linux based operating system. You see, into the Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, RHEL is Red Hat's enterprise ready and commercially supported Linux distribution. It is the leading platform for open source computing, not just a collection of mature open source projects. And if you look into the CentOS, CentOS is a community driven Linux distribution, community driven Linux distribution derived from much of the open source Red Hat Enterprise Linux code base and other sources. Here, this CentOS is free of charge, is easy to install, and is staffed and supported by an active user community of volunteers that operates independently of Red Hat. Bottom line of this chapter is here open source software is software with source code that anyone can freely use, study, modify, and share. A Linux distribution is an installable operating system constructed from a Linux kernel and supporting user programs and libraries. Red Hat Enterprise Linux is Red Hat's open source enterprise ready commercially supported Linux distribution. So that's it about this today's chapter 1. Getting started with the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So here, why should you learn about the Linux? What makes Linux great? And how Linux skills are highly demanded in the market. and what is open source software, and types of open source licenses, who develops open source software, and what is Red Hat, and who is Red Hat, what is the Linux distribution, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and what is Fedora, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, what is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, how we can use them, use the operating system, and CentOS, and finally bottom line of the chapter. That's it for today's session of this chapter 1 from the Linux, Red Hat Linux administration, part 1. Today we are going to see set up a lab in our local desktop or laptop with Oracle VirtualBox and RHEL. This is for our lab practice of all the chapters commands and concepts we will practice at our own lab with Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. Let's see. This is Oracle VirtualBox URL. Oracle VirtualBox URL. If you open the Oracle VirtualBox, you can able to see download VirtualBox 6.1. So just click on the download VirtualBox 6.1. You can able to see the download options. You can see the download options. First point, this is Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox. download and install. Download and install. Oracle VirtualBox, download and install. So this is the URL, main URL. Once go to the URL, click on the downloads. Then you can choose based on your operating system of your desktop or laptop. So if you are using Windows host, just click on this. Or else if you are using any Linux distributions or OS X or Solaris host, you can choose from this list which platform you are working. Here I am working in Windows host. Just I am going to click on this Windows host. Based on your desktop or laptop operating system, you can choose here. So this is going to download. Open in the folder. This is the download. This is downloaded file. Just click on this. You can click next. You default options you can select and click on next until finish. Once finish the Oracle VirtualBox, you can able to see a shortcut key on your desktop with the Oracle VM VirtualBox Manager. Oracle VM VirtualBox Manager. So this is the way to download and install the Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox. Now, next one is download the RHEL 8. Download the RHEL Red Hat Enterprise Linux ISO image. ISO image we need to download. This is the URL. Second one, download and install the RHEL, download RHEL 8, RHEL Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, RHEL 8, and install the RHEL 8 on the Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox. So this is the URL to download RHEL 8. Once click on the this is the page Red Hat Enterprise Linux, where you can see version is 8.3.0. Here if you see, release date is 3/11/2020, and this is DVD ISO. This is 64-bit architecture, x86_64. This is 64-bit architecture. You can see 9 GB, capacity is 9 GB. You just click on this download option. Based on internet speed, you can get download. So it is going to download now. You can see in the left corner, RHEL 8.6 8.3 x86_64 dvd.iso. ISO image is going to download. Based on your internet speed, it can going to download fast. So this file capacity is 8.8 GB. Once download this DVD ISO file, you can install RHEL 8 on Oracle VirtualBox. So while you are going to download this RHEL 8, if it asks any username of you, if you do not have any subscription at redhat.com, you go to the redhat.com and register with your user ID. Register with your ID. Currently I am just going to I am the existed user of this RHEL. So I am going to log out now to show you to create. Once click on this login, register is there. Just click on this or else create one and give your details and make your account. Then you can able to download with the credentials at Red Hat. I hope you understand this. So once download, it is going to download 8.8 GB. So already previous days I had downloaded this ISO image. It will take little bit time. So I am going to use downloaded RHEL ISO DVD file to install RHEL 8. So the same version I am having. Just I am going to show you. So this is my RHEL 8.3 DVD. Just see here, just compare this RHEL 8.3 X86_64 DVD ISO. File capacity is 8.81 GB. If you see here, 8.8 GB it is showing. So it's downloaded on 29th, 12th, 20th, 20th. So couple of days back only it was downloaded. Just directly I am using to install the RHEL. So I am going to cancel this, not required now to download complete. Now we are going to install the RHEL on Oracle VirtualBox. So in the left panel, you are able to see some kind of Linux machines. So just leave them. Once download the Oracle VirtualBox and install, you cannot get this kind of left side panel informations. Nothing servers was there. So directly you can select new. Here you can give Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, and you can select machine folder. Suppose if your desktop or laptop is having D drive, you can take for virtual machines, you can make it as folders like this, and you can select it and click on next. Here you can choose 2 GB minimum, 2048, and click on next, and again click on next, click on next, again click on next. Here you can take 30 GB and click on next. So this is the initial steps. Then once you can see Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 in left panel, just select it and click on settings, and settings, and in the click on select the system. Here you can see in boot order, uncheck the floppy, and go to the network, and here in the adapter one, click here bridge adapter, and then storage, you just click on empty under the control IDE and select here, choose a disk file. So this is the file RHEL 8.3, where you can get it at download folder defaultly. Once RHEL ISO file completed, click on this RHEL and click on open. So this is default settings required here, and click on OK. Now click on headless start. Now we are able to install the RHEL 8. Once click on here, you can get this kind of screen with the informations. You choose up arrow, install Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.3, press the enter key, it will take a little bit time to the complete installation of this RHEL 8.3 version on Oracle VirtualBox. You can get this kind of information while you are installing the RHEL 8.3 operating system. Now, here you need to take default language English, that is English United States, and click on continue. Click on continue. Once click on the continue, it will take little bit time to get next screen. Here you can see localization, software and system, and language support, installation source, kdump, and date and time. If you want to change date and time, just click on this option and select whatever your country is. You want to change the time, and if you want 24 hours, you can choose it. If you want to choose AM or PM, you can select that and click on done. So software selection is server with GUI. Whatever we are going to install here, that is server. It is having the capable like work like a server with graphical user interface. And then network and host, you can able to see. Just click on here. So here you can click on, click here configure, connect automatically with priority, just click on save, just off, click on off, and click on, and click on done. If you want to give the local host name, if you want to give, you can give like this is like lab, right? Lab server. This is, or else you can give RHEL 8 lab server. Click on here. See, current host name RHEL8.lab server. That is the host name of this server. Click on Okay, and if you see here, user settings, under the user settings you can click on a root password and give root password. Root password is super user. He is the administrator of this server. This is very confidential. Who are working as a administrator, they can only need to use this password. So you can set the root password. You can set the root password and create user create option is there. User creation option is there. Just click on that. Here for every servers, minimum one user is required. Minimum one user is required. So student 1, I am going to give student 1 and give the password. In the live environment, the password should be strong. Here you can see weak. Up to strong, you need to match the password. Combination of alphabets, numericals, special characters, the things you can match up to strong. Get the strong. Click on the done. Now these options are selected properly. Then you need to here install destination, installation destination. It means like hardware, hard disk is there. Hard disk capacity is 30 GB. You just select the automatic. Already default it is selected automatic. Just click on done. It will take automatically. Then you can click on begin installation. Then you can click on begin installation. So it is going to install the server with graphical user interface. Use student 1 we have created with the password, and we set the password, root password also. So it will take little bit time until complete the installation, need to bear. Now the installation has complete. You can able to see here complete, and reboot system is highlighted. Just we need to click on the reboot system. Before going to reboot system, press control key on your keyboard. Right side control key of your keyboard. Just press control key to get the arrow to outside of the box. And here devices, go to the optical devices and click on uncheck this RHL 8.3. Just click on force on mount. force unmount. And now you just click on the reboot system. So I have clicked on the reboot system. The system is going to reboot. You can see once reboot the machine, the splash screen you can see, and then it's automatically can take it the first option, and the system is going to up in GUI, graphical user interface. It is going to prepare all the configurations of GUI. Again, it will take little bit time. So here you can see license information. You just click on this license information and select the I accept the license agreement checkbox and click on done and click on finish configuration. Once click on finish configuration, almost all the configuration part is completed. So the installation has been completed successfully, and this is the user. I am going to select the student one and press enter key, and I am going to give the password of the student. While we are installing the RHEL 8.3, we had created student one and had given the password. So the same password I am going to give here and clicking on sign in. So this is the graphical user interface of Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. So in the previous session, we had seen this top bar and activities overview. So activities overview dash and the different screens, different windows here we can see. So this is the message tray. So this is the way to install our Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.3 version on Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox. That's it. The installation of RHEL Enterprise Linux 8.3 version installation on Oracle VirtualBox. We can power off this mission by this way. Cancel this right side top cross mark and you can click on OK. Or else you can select right side down arrow key and click on power button and click on power off. This is a way to install the RHEL 8 and once done your work, if you want to off the machine, you can shut on it in the way. So that's it for today's session. So in this chapter 2, we are going to see the concepts. First concept, accessing the command line, and second concept, accessing the command line using the desktop, and third concept, executing commands using the bash shell. So these three concepts we can learn in this chapter 2, accessing the command line. Once go through these three concepts, you can get you can you can able to log in to a Linux system and run simple commands using the shell. So this is the bottom line of this chapter. This chapter bottom line or concept. So today we are going to see the first concept, accessing the command line. Today we are going to see the concept, accessing the command line. Accessing the command line. So here Just understand the command line user @host tilde close braces and dollar symbol. It indicates a regular user starts shell. Starts shell. This is a regular user starts shell. And here, instead of dollar hash, if it comes, this is super user. This prompt, this shell prompt is super or root user, super user starts the shell. If you see this hash indicates, obviously you can get this root, that is super user shell prompt. This is called shell prompt. See here, what is shell prompt? Shell prompt is nothing but a program where you can enter the commands. Comments also different kind of programs. By using that commands, you can get the whatever your expectation results from the system. Shell prompt. If you see here in this example, this shell prompt, you can see here, user is username who has logged into the server, and host tells you what is the host name. Host name is nothing but host name or computer or server name. You can identify the host name or computer or server name. So here this tilde is working directory. This default directory it is showing. It is telling us default or current directory. Directory is nothing but folder. Here dollar indicates this is prompt of a regular user prompt, where the user, where all commands cannot execute because the users doesn't have the complete permissions. Complete permissions. See, dollar indicates regular user prompt where all commands cannot execute because regular user does not have the all commands permission, all commands execution execution permission. They are having only limited permission. Users having only limited permission. So here we can identify what is shell prompt. This is called the shell prompt. So we can identify with this dollar symbol. This is regular user starts a shell. Hash indicates this is super user starts a shell. Here we can see the super username root. This is admin of the Linux machine, and here user indicates the user name. This host means host name, computer or server name. So this tilde is telling us current directory wherever you are. So by this way, user cannot execute all commands. Super user can execute all kind of commands. Super user can execute all commands. All commands. We can see this. We can identify this regular user shell prompt and root user shell prompt. Root user shell prompt, where we can identify this both at the terminals. What is terminal here? Terminal. Terminal is nothing but a window. Nothing but a window. There you can see the shell prompt to execute your commands. Okay, so let's see these things in the Linux system, where the terminal is and where the shell prompt is. Shell prompt is nothing but a program where you can execute commands or enter your commands to get the result. So here I am having a Oracle VirtualBox. There my instances are running. I am going to see one instance. I am going to log in. Just imagine this is a physical box where Linux operating system installed in the physical box. Directly I am login into the physical box. A username is student and password I am giving password and clicking into sign in. This is GUI mode, graphical user interface mode. This desktop you can see in the left panel, in the top applications, there you can see terminal. Terminal is a kind of window. There you can see shell prompt, where you can execute See, this window is terminal. This is shell prompt. You can see here student is username. He is regular user, and the host name, computer or server name is local host. This is dollar. So by using dollar, you can identify this is regular user shell prompt. Regular user shell prompt. Regular user shell prompt. Just I am going to take one more terminal. One more terminal. And this is also showing you this is also showing you regular user prompt. Regular user shell prompt. I want to switch from regular user to super user. There we can use su space hyphen command to switch to the super user. We need to give the password of the super user, that is root password we need to give here. Once give the correct password of the root, you can reach the super user shell prompt. This is super user default shell prompt. So where you can run all commands, but here very limited commands can have the access. So here this is root super username, default super username is root, and after the @ symbol, this is local host. This server name is local host. This hash indicates this is super user default shell prompt. I hope you understand this terminal and shell prompt. If dollar indicates this is a regular user shell prompt, and hash indicates that is super user shell prompt. So these terminals we can access in the local server or local system only. Just imagine if it is this is physical box. So there you can log in and you can open the terminal and you can see the shell prompts and you can run the executes. You can run the commands executions. So remotely how you can log in, we will see. So we understand the things, what is shell, what is terminal, what is shell prompt, and a dollar indicates regular user and hash indicates super user shell. We will see one command as executed, each shell having basics like shell basics. Shell is having basics. shell basics. There commands entered at the shell prompt have three basic parts. What are they? One is command, one is command to run, and second one options to adjust the behavior of the command, and third arguments which are typically targets of the command. Targets of the command. Let's see an example here. For this example, user mod -l student or any username. For example, student, we can use student. So here user mod is command. Here command is user mod. That is command. -l is option. Student is an argument. It is argument. So here this is a command. This is a command. This is the command. We can fulfill the purpose for lock the student password. It means the student cannot able to log in into the server. The student cannot able to log in into the server. So here every bash shell prompt there is we can use commands. Each command is having basic things, that is command and options and arguments. If we see an example, user mod is an command, -l is option, argument is student. So here command is to run, options to adjust the behavior of the command like -l. Here L means lock the student password, and arguments which are typically targets of the command. Whatever the command, this is the target of this argument. So by using this command, we can lock the student password with the option of -l. We can see it in the server level. For this purpose, I am going to okay. So currently I am in the super user shell prompt. I am going to create student1 and giving password for student1. So student1 created and set the password to this student1. Now I'm going to log in with the help with the name of student1. Let's see. Here you can see student. I am going to switch the user and log in with the student1. I'm going to switch. Here we can see what recently we had created, the student1. I am giving and entering the password and login. So here if you see, you are logged in as a student1. Login into student1. Let's see. Again I am going to switch back to the student. Student. I am going to give the password. And here I am going to lock the student password. What is the command? User mod -l option argument student1. Let's execute the command and cross verify. Is it working or not? chmod -l student1. Student1. -help, you can see the information. Clear the screen. Here user mod user mod is a command, and -l is option, and student1 is the argument. So the student is locked. We can try by using switch the student and log in into the student1. Switch user. So here, whenever the student1 is locked, that is not showing here. That is not showing here. So that is the way the command you can execute. I'm going to give the password of the student. Here -u is unlock the password of the student as well as account. Let's see. Student 1 can appear there. You can see it now. So here I want to tell you commands, command, options, and arguments. These are the shell prompts, shell basics. Shell basics. Shell basics are three basic parts. That is, one is command and options and argument. So this is one example of the commands with options and arguments. So we will see now another concept, that is logging into a local computer. Logging into a local computer. Suppose if you imagine this is a physical box, there is Linux operating system, you want to enter into the system, you want to log in into the system locally. How you can? Just give the enter, give the password of the user and hit the enter, sign in will happen. So this is local computer. There you can log in and you can use the terminal and you can run the execute, or you can execute the commands in the prompt of regular user or super user based on the requirement. Suppose this physical box is somewhere in another location. Suppose it is in, so in this chapter 2, accessing the command line, in the last session we had seen first concept is accessing the command line. Now we are going to see second concept, accessing the command line using the desktop. So here, once complete this concept, you can able to log into a Linux system using the Genome 3 desktop environment. So here you can run the commands from a shell prompt in a terminal program, in a terminal. in a terminal. Introduction to the genome desktop environment. Introduction to the genome desktop environment. See how that genome desktop environment. Just assume this is the RHEL server, Red Hat Enterprise Linux server. So I am going to log in into the server as a student. I am going to give the password and clicked on the sign in button. This is going to logging in. So here you can see the genome desktop environment. This is the genome desktop environment. We can call it as graphical user interface. Graphical user interface. The desktop environment is the graphical user interface, GUI, graphical user interface on a Linux system. Here the default desktop environment in RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, is provided by Genome 3. Genome 3. The desktop name we can call it as Genome, that is Genome 3. And parts of Genome desktop. Parts of the genome desktop. Here there 6 parts are there. First part is top bar. See, this is genome desktop. Here you can see the entire black color bar is there. That is top bar. What is there in the top bar? In the left side, activities, and the middle of the top bar, date is there, December 29, and time is there. And if you come on the same bar in the right side, you can see network, sound, and battery, and you can see the down arrow key. The down arrow key. The down arrow key you can see. Here you can network, battery, and the stored information, and here is a setting, and here is a lock, and is the turn off button. So this is top bar. Second one is activities overview. See here on the same top bar, you can see in the left corner activities. activities. If you click on this activities, button, you can see in the left side is dashboard. We can call it as dash. Left side, this is called it as dash. I'm going to write. Third one is dash. Dash. And fourth one, window overview. Window overview means if there is any, suppose I am going to open this help. Just if I click on this activities again, you can see this is called Windows overview. Whatever the windows you have opened, the entire windows you can see. This is genome help. I am going to open files. This is files. If I click on the activities, you can see this left side, whatever the icons are showing, that we can call it as dash, and these genome help and home comes under the Windows overview. How many windows are open? That entire windows you can see in the Windows overview. Windows overview. And fifth one, workspace selector. Workspace selector. Workspace selector. Here in the left side, you can see it as this called dash, and middle one Windows overview, and the right side, if you see this corner, right side, this call it as workspace selector. Workspace selector. Why we can use this workspace selector means multiple workspaces are there. Suppose if you want to run browser separately in a workspace, you just select it and open the browser. The browser is going to open. So here, if you click on the activities, you can see now in the workspace selector, right hand side, top one, if you select, that is different workspace. Their files and genome help is open. And if you select down workspace, you can see web browser. If you want to run separately a terminal, so why it is using the space selector means whatever the related tasks that you can run in different workspace, you can run into different workspace. So here this is one different workspace, and this is different workspace, and this is different workspace. Based on your tasks or work or job, you can move into the different workspaces, and you can select the workspaces, and you can start your work without any disturbances or without any confusions, without any conflicts. So suppose in the right side, you are in the third workspace. How you can move to top there is a command there is a command control alt control alt up arrow. See, if you use control plus alt plus down arrow, it comes to the different workspace. Different workspace. Control alt up and down arrow you can use for selections. This is shortcut key. You can use directly by arrow. So this is the workspace selector. And sixth one is message tray. Message tray. What is that message tray? This is the message tray. This is message tray. The message tray is between on the top bar. There you can see notifications. If there are any notifications, you can see in the notifications area. Currently there is no notifications. And here you can see the calendar of the month. Here you can see calendar of the month. In the message area, you can see the notifications and calendar, and you can see in the date, month and time. This is called it as message tray. This is called it as message tray. Message tray. And here workspaces. So as we have seen, workspaces are separate desktop screens that have different applications windows you can run. Here you can use for shortcut key to select the workspaces by control plus alt plus up arrow or control plus alt plus down arrow. So this is workspaces we can use. And next one is starting a terminal. Starting a terminal. How we can start the terminal? There are two ways. In that way you can open a terminal. In two ways you can open the terminal. So one way is if you click on this activities, in the left side dash, there you can see terminal. Once click on this terminal, you can able to open the terminal. Terminal is nothing but a kind of application. Terminal is a kind of application. So in this application, you can able to see the shell prompt. Shell prompt is a kind of program. There you can execute commands. Commands can give the expectations or whatever the results we want. That result we can get by using the commands were executed at user space, user area, or super user area. Sorry. So here from the activities overview, select terminal from the dash. From the activities overview, here if you click on this activities overview, on the dash you can click on terminal. This is one way to open the terminal. Sorry. And another way is press the Alt plus F2 key combination to open the terminal. See here, Alt plus F2. I am going to close this and click and press the combination keys Alt plus F2. See here, enter a command. What command shall we need to give? Genome -terminal. This is a command to open a terminal after pressing the combination keys of Alt plus F2. If you hit the enter, you can get the terminal window. So here press the Alt plus F2 key combination to open the terminal. To open the enter a command and enter genome terminal. So once Alt plus F2, you can see enter a command, where enter a command box you can get. There you can enter the genome terminal command and hit the enter. Then you can get the terminal window. This is the way to start the terminal. Locking the screen or logging out. Locking the screen or logging out. Here Windows key plus L. By using this window key plus L, you can lock the screen. Lock the screen. Windows key plus L for lock the screen. This we can see here now. Window plus L. Window plus L. It is locked. The screen. I'm going to hit the enter and giving the password again to unlock, to enter into the genome desktop environment. See, press enter key, enter or space to raise the lock screen curtain. Then enter the user's password, uh, password to unlock the screen. I will show you once again how to lock and unlock. See, for lock the screen, in the right corner top side, you click on here and student, click on, or else under this you can see settings. This is lock and turn off. I'm going to click on this lock. Click on this lock button. It is locked. Once press enter key or press enter key plus enter key or space bar on the keyboard to raise the lock screen curtain. There is a curtain on the screen. You can see it now. I'm going to hit the enter. See, there was screen, there was curtain screen was there. Once hit the enter or press the space bar, the curtain is going to up and we can get this user's information. There we can give the password of the user and click on the unlock. This is the way to lock the screen and unlock the screen. Powering off or rebooting the system. Rebooting the system or server or host. See here, for rebooting the server, you can take right corner top and click on the arrow button, and you can see the turn off button. If you click on this, you can get power off. The system will power off automatically in 60 seconds if you are not selecting any cancel or restart or power off button. It's automatically can take the power off mode defaultly if you are not selecting any options. There you can restart the system, power off the system, or if you do not want, you can click on the cancel button. So if you do not want select here, you can use Control plus Alt plus D del combination buttons. I'm going to write here Control plus Alt plus del command. You can use for restart or power of the screen options, but options window. Control plus Alt plus del. If you click on the keyboard, you can get this box. I am going to use this restart option. It is going to reboot. By this is the way to access the desktop. So today concept is this accessing the command line using the desktop, where the desktop environment name genome desktop environment. Currently in the 8 genome version is genome 3. So in the genome desktop, these are the parts: top bar, activities overview, dash, Windows overview, workspace selector, message tray. In the workspaces, we can separate desktop screens. We can see there we can use different applications windows to work. There, for switching between workspaces, you can use Control plus Alt plus up arrow or Control plus Alt plus down arrow. How to start the terminal? There are two ways to open the terminal. One is from activities overview. Select the terminal from the dash board, that we can call it as dash. And second way is by pressing Alt plus F2 key, you can see the enter a command box. There you need to enter the command genome-terminal. Then you can get the terminal in the desktop environment. Locking the screen or logging out. Logging out option we can see here now. So it's system is going down. It is restarted. I'm going to give the password. Red Hat. This is Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 version. See here, logging out. Once click on this right corner top, you just select the user and logout option is there. If you click on this option, the user student can log out from his window. Logging, logout. Once click on that, he will come out from the window. So you can use to lock the screen by shortcut Windows key plus L. Windows key plus L to lock the screen. And powering off and reboot option, you have seen it now. So that's it for today's session. We will see next concept in next session. Hi, today we are going to see third concept, executing commands using the bash shell. In the second chapter of accessing the command line. Here, once complete this concept, you can able to run commands at this shell prompt. You know what is a shell prompt? This is our Red Hat Enterprise Linux system. I'm going to give the password of the student. See here, this is our RH124 server. Once click the activities overview, I'm going to click on the terminal. Here, this is called the shell prompt. I am going to connect this server from my desktop via putty. By using putty software, I can able to log in this system. I want to know the password. I want to know the password and the username and the IP address of the host to log in by putty software over the SSH services. You can see here, this is the SSH service. Default port number is 22. IP address of the RH124 server is 192.168.1.9. Username is student. Password I am going to use here. It's able to this is called shell prompt. This is called shell prompt. Here you can execute the commands. Now you can see basic command syntax. Basic command syntax. Basic command syntax. Here we can see command, options and arguments. We can see the basic command syntax is command, options and arguments. Here options we can begin with a hyphen or hyphen hyphen or hyphen hyphen. We can use this option by hyphen or hyphen hyphen options. See here each word typed into the shell can have up to 3 parts. Up to 3 parts. Each word typed into a shell can have up to 3 parts. They are command, options and arguments. The word typed into a shell is separated. Each word typed into a shell is separated from each other with spaces. Spaces will be there, so they are different. Suppose here I am going to use date space plus date is a command. Date is a command to see the date and time. The date and time. So date is a command plus or you can see the time by using these options. One more example. See here, we can see this time. This is date 12th, 30th. This is month, date and year. So this command and options we can use. In the previous session we had seen user mod -l and the username, suppose student. It means user mod is a command and -l is option, student is argument. Student is argument. So this is the basic command syntax. Basic command syntax. So here each word typed into a shell is separated from each other with spaces. With spaces. So here if you see, this is one word, this is one word. Between these words there are spaces. There are spaces. So but this is different and this is different and this is different. That it is saying each word typed into a shell is separated from each other with spaces. Command or commands. Commands are the names of programs. The names of programs. Commands are the names of different kind of programs of the command that are installed on the system. Wherever you are working on the system, there the command should be installed for execute. Suppose date I used here, user mod I used here, date I used, user mod I used. So if date is executing and giving some information, means this command installed in the system, installed in this system. If the date command is not installed in the system, you cannot get the information. Suppose I am giving this command, wget -help. If the command is not showing, you cannot get the information about the commands, whatever you required the help. You require the help. So commands are the names of programs that are installed on the system. Then only you can execute the commands. Each command has its own options and arguments. Each command has its own options and arguments. Options and arguments. So options and arguments are very important while you are executing the commands. And when you are ready to execute a command, see here, date is command. Whenever you are ready to execute that command, you should press the enter key. Then only the command can execute and give the information to us. So when you are ready to execute a command, press the enter key. Then only the command can execute. I am going to give a command. I'm going to give a command. Who am I? Who am I? This is a command to know who logged into the system. Who logged into the system. So I am going to give this example. Or I am going to give here student at localhost and who am I. That is a one command to execute. I have typed who am I. Whenever the command is going to execute, then need to hit the enter key or press the enter key. Then only the command can execute and give the proper information to us. If you want to type more than one command on a single line, suppose if you want to enter more than one command on a single line, you should use the semicolon as a command separator. So this semicolon can work in a single line, more than one commands. This can be help as a command separator. Example we can see here, who am I is a command and date is another command. So two commands are here in the same line. So for this separation, I used the semicolon. If press the enter key, we can get who am I command information and date information. So more than one command we can give on single line. Who am I semicolon date semicolon uptime. So these are three commands I use in the same line with the differentiator is semicolon. So with the semicolon we can add multiple commands on the single line. Hit the enter. I got result. Who am I student? Date, this is the date. Uptime, this is the uptime. 2 hours 54 minutes. This is the uptime. So this is one example. For more than one command, we can execute with the help of semicolon. Likewise, you can take multiple commands with the semicolon help and get the result. Some examples we can see for simple commands. Examples of simple commands. They are, first we will see the date command. Date command displays the current date and time. So here we use the date command and press the enter key. So we get the current date and time. This is current, date, and current time. Current time. And previously we had seen plus percentage R, date, percentage R. We can get the time. We can get the time plus X. We can get the month, date, and year. Month, date, and year. This is simple example for next. An argument that begins with a plus sign also. Plus sign also you can use for some arguments. This is above one is one example for arguments. An argument that begins with a plus also. Plus sign. This is plus sign. Plus sign. It specifies a format string for the date command. So here plus sign we used for the arguments. So here if we see in the above, for options we can use hyphen, and arguments sometimes we need to use the plus based on the comments. So while you are working on the comments, you can get idea how to use them, how to use the plus, hyphen, or hyphen. And another command is PASSWD, password command, changes a user's own password. So password command changes a user's own password. The super user only. The super user is root can use the password command to change other users passwords. Let's see here. This is regular user shell prompt. I'm going to root shell prompt, super user shell prompt by the help of su space hyphen with the password. Here this is the super user. There only we can use the password. Student. Student is a user. I am going to set the password for this student with the help of password command. This will happen at the super user shell prompt only. Super user only can execute this password command for other users to set the password. See here. So by this way, super user can set the other user's password. Clear is a command. Clear is a command to clear the screen. So here can use password, and username. Username we can give. This is for set the password. Set the password. And file is a command. File is a command. File is a command. This file command scans the beginning of a file's contents and files contents and displays what type it is. What type it is. So file is a command. The file command scans the beginning of a file's contents and display what type it is. So in this Linux does not require file name extensions. Linux does not require file name extensions to classify files by type. So here file command can use. See one example we will see. File etc password. So this is ASCII text file. And another one bin password. So this is the file type. Suppose I am going to make a test file. VI is editor to create test file. I am going to give this is test file. This is testing file. This is testing file. I have saved this, and here I am going to use file test. See, this is text file. So this is the way to use the file command. So in the Linux environment, file name extensions not required to classify files by type. So what kind of file that is, we can use file command and the file name. By the way, we can understand which kind of file that is. So this is one example for this file command. Suppose file /home. This is a directory. Directory is nothing but folder, nothing but folder. So if it is directory, it can show us that is directory. If it is text file, that we can see that is text files. So these are the some simple commands that execute at shell prompt. Date is command, password is command, file is command. So these three commands we had seen, and different kind of files are there. The files is having content. How we can see, how we can view the contents of files? Viewing the contents of files. Viewing the contents of files. pwd is a command, present working directory. ls-l is a command. ls is command. I used option -l. Option L. cd lab ls-l to list out the files. To list out the files. See here, viewing the contents of files. Here there is a command. This is a regular frequently using command in daily life, cat command. This cat command allows you to create single or multiple files or view the contents of files, redirect contents of the file to a terminal or files. By cat command, we can create single or multiple files, view the contents of files, and redirect contents of the file to a terminal or files. This cat command is one of the most simple and frequently used command in Linux regular activities. See an example. Here two files are there. I want to see the content of file 1. Here cat is a command to view the content of file 1. See, file 1 content is hello world. Cat file 2. See, this is the content. Introduction to Linux commands is content of the file 2. By this way, we can view the content of file. Cat etc password. See, this is the directory. Under this directory, passwd is a file. The file is having this content, above content. The content we can see with the help of cat command. Cat command. This is very important command for daily activities. And one more command is less command displays one page of your file at a time, and lets you scroll at your leisure. Suppose clear the screen, cat etc password. It is having this much lines. If you see, this is command executed, and from here to here to here, the number of lines are there. So by using less command, you can see from top line, and if you hit the enter key or down arrow key, you can go up to end of the line, and if you want to go up, you can use up arrow. If you want to quit from this less command, you just press Q command to quit from the file. So by this way, you can see from top line to end line with the help of up arrow keys and down arrow keys. And once done your task on the file, then you can press the Q to exit from the command. So this is the way to view the contents of the files. Here you can use the up arrow key and down arrow key to scroll up and down. If you want to quit, just press Q to exit from the less command. So this is one example. And head and tail commands display the beginning and end of a file respectively. Head command can show us first 10 beginning lines of the file. Tail command can show us last 10 lines of last 10 lines of your file. That is tail command and show respectively. Let's execute the head and tail command. Head command. See, these are the 10 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. By default, 10 lines it can show. Head command from top to from top 10 lines can show. If you see the tail command, these are from last to up 10 lines can show us. We can get last 10 lines, last 10 lines we can show. Suppose if you want to see last 3 lines, you can use tail -n 3. If you want to see 3 etc password, you can get last 3 lines. So n number of lines you want, you can use this option -n. Then you can give the number of lines. Suppose 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 30, 40, some kind of things. In the same way, you can use -n option, number of lines on the head command also. You can get top 3 lines. By defaultly, it is showing us 10 lines. 10 lines. So I'm going to give here. By default, these commands display 10 lines of the file. By default, these commands display 10 lines of the file. It is having -n option and number of lines you can get. You can get the number of lines of the file. Example, same I'm going to give here. -n 3. Top 3 lines you can get. Tail, last 3 lines you can get, but here you can get defaultly last 10 lines. Here from top to down 10 lines. Default is 10 lines. So n option you can use number of lines you want. And another one is tab completion. Tab completion. Tab completion. Here you can see tab key. Suppose I am going to type a command date. This is date command. I forget the command complete complete. At the time, initial two letters I know I have typed. If I press tab key one time, it can come. If you press tab key twice, you can see similar kind of files. Suppose up, see, up is a up. I have up. I know. If I press tab key twice, these up commands or files or directories matching whatever the things that can display. Here tab we are using. We need to type whatever the command. If you press tab twice, then you can similar matching list. From here you can take. Suppose this is I want to execute. So UP TIME uptime. So here this is the very helpful while you are working. Tab completion. Suppose if you type pass and plus tab, you can see the matching words like this. So from these matching words you can pick whatever you want. So that is tab completion. Tab means tab key we need to use twice. And one more important concept is continuing a long command on another line. Suppose if there is any long command that we can write in multiple lines, and we can execute them. Suppose I want to see head -n 3 space backslash and hit the enter, and I am going to give var log messages space backslash and hit the enter, press the enter, etc password. So head -n 3 and varlog messages etc password. This is entirely one line, but here we have written with the help of backslash character. Once hit the enter or press the enter, let's see the result, how we can get. See here, head -n 3 cannot open varlog messages for reading, permission denied. Permission denied means the user doesn't have to run this run this file to see the file content. And this etc password information, the top 3 lines we can able to see. See here, this single line, suppose if it is lengthy line, we can write in this way. You can write in this way. So what I want to say here, you can write line by line with the help of backslash character. At end of the line, not required to give the backslash. Backslash means continuous to the next line. This is very important. Whenever you are having long command, there you can use backslashes, and you can write another commands. So this is one command. This is very, very important. While you are working, you can use this continuing long command. Backslash is very important here. This is giving major role and giving proper result to us. Add backslash character as a last character on the line. So that is can give the proper result to us. And command history. History is a command to see what commands we executed previously. Let's see. Clear the screen. Type the history. See, these commands executed from beginning. These are all commands. So previously, what commands executed, that entire commands we can see with the help of history command. Suppose if you want to run this ls-l command, you can run like this. Escalated remark, and beside this command 81 number is there. You just give this, you press the enter, this command can run. So ls-l, the command is ls-l. So this history command you can use while you are tracking the commands, which user executed the commands, that entire information you can see. Command history command. So history command list out the previous executed commands list. List out the previous executed commands. This is very important command. And last one is editing the command line. The command line. This is very important while you are writing lines. While you are writing lines or commands. So here command line is having interactive feature. Suppose ctrl plus a command ctrl is control plus a. Yes, I am going to write a single line. Just assume this is a command. Hi. Happy New Year 2020. If I press, this is a single line. If you want to come, this cursor is at the end of the line. If you want to come to beginning of the line, if you press Control plus A, the cursor traveled from end of the line to beginning of the line. So if you want to change this, if you want to remove this, you can remove it. This is only having 4 words here. Suppose if a big line is there, the line should be 6-7 lines. So there these editing commands can work. So here Control A can help to you jump to the beginning of the command line. Wherever you are on the line, that jump to the beginning of the line. Control plus E is another command. How it can help? Jump to the end of the command line. So quite opposite of the previous command. Control plus E. It came to end of the line from the beginning of the line. And another command is there. CTRL plus U. plus U. See? Suppose I am at this year. Cursor is at Y. If I press Control U, see what happened. Before words or anything is there, that can be removed. So here, clear from the cursor to the beginning of the command line. Clear from the cursor to the beginning of command line. Another one is Control plus K. These are very important while you are at command line prompt. So Control K, clear from the cursor the end of the command line. Suppose, see, I am here. I am pressing Control K. Last 20 has removed. So after the cursor, whatever the thing is there up to end of the line, that can be remove. And control plus R. Control plus R. This is for search the history, list of commands, for a pattern. See here, control R. See, you can give the searching letter that can show you. Uptime was my previous command in the history. Search the history list of commands for a pattern. And one more thing here, this is very, very important while you are working at the command line. Suppose this line is there, I am at the end of the line. Control left arrow can move like this. Control left arrow. Control left arrow. Left arrow and right arrow you can use to move forward and backward. If you use up arrow, previous commands you can see. Down arrow, you can use next level commands if there are. So by this way, at command line, you can edit different kind of things. So that's it for this today's session. So here we have seen executing commands at shell prompt, basic command syntax, commands, options, arguments. These three are parts of the command of the syntax. So here date command we have seen, password command we have seen, and how we can viewing the content of files with the help of cat command, less command, and head and tail command, and we can understand the things of tab completion. And while you are continuing long commands, there you can use backslash character, and history command we can use to see the previous history commands, previous executed commands. So these commands can execute while you are editing the command line. That's it for today's session. So we will see the next concept in the next session. Thank you. We are going to see the chapter 3, that is managing files from the command line. In this chapter we see different concepts. So first concept is describing Linux file system hierarchy, describing Linux file system hierarchy concepts. This is first concept in this chapter 3. And second concept, specifying files by name. Third concept, managing files using command line tools. Managing files using command line tools. Fourth concept, making links between files. Making links between files. Fifth concept, matching file names with shell expansions. So these 5 concepts we will see in this chapter 3. So once done this chapter, you can get this bottom line chapter, bottom line concepts will be files on a Linux system are organized into a single inverted tree of directories known as a file system hierarchy. Files on a Linux system are organized into a single inverted tree of directories known as file system hierarchy. This chapter bottom line concepts will be, and another one, absolute paths. Start with absolute paths. Start with a / and specify the location of a file in the file system hierarchy. In the file system hierarchy, absolute paths starts with a / and specify the location of a file in the file system hierarchy. Here we can see this absolute paths. And another point is relative paths. Relative paths do not start with a / relative paths do not start with a / and specify the location of a file relative to the current working directory. current working directory. So here we can see this absolute paths, relative paths. Absolute paths begin with forward slash. Relative paths do not start with the or begin with the forward slash. And 5 key commands are used to manage files. They are mkdir to create directory, rmdir to remove directory, cp is command to copy files and directories into some other locations, mv is command to move file or directory into some other directories or renaming file or directories, and rm is a command to remove file or to remove files. So these commands, these 5 key commands are used to manage files. And one more important concept and one more important point, hard links and soft links. Hard links and soft links are different ways to have multiple file names point to the same data. We can see hard links and soft links on the specific files. How we can point them? We can see this hard link and soft links. This is very important concepts. And one more point, the bash shell provides pattern matching, expansion and substitution features to help efficiently run commands. While you are executing your commands on the shell prompt, you can use these pattern matchings, expansions and substitution features. This will help effectively run the commands. So these are the points of bottom line points of the chapter 3, managing files from command line. So in the chapter 3, managing file systems, managing files from the command line, this first concept we are going to see, describing Linux file system hierarchy concepts. Linux organizes files, and the purposes of various directories. Directories are folder same. Directories we can call in Linux environment, folders called in Windows environment. The purposes of various directories in the file system hierarchy. In the file system hierarchy. Linux organizes files and the purposes of various directories in Linux file system hierarchy. So, the file system hierarchy, we will see the file system hierarchy. The file system hierarchy, we will see. So, my Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 is on my virtual box, Oracle virtual box. It is running. I'm going to click on show. This is my server, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 server. I'm going to click on student 1 and giving the password of the student 1 and click on sign in and click on sign in. This Linux file system hierarchy is very important. So I'm going to click on activities, terminal. I want to know the server, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 server IP address. This is the IP address. I am going to log in from my desktop Putty software. I am giving the Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 version 8 operating system IP address 192.168.1.17 and click on open, giving username as student1 and providing the password of the student1 once get the password option. I'm entering the password of the student. SU space hyphen I am going to use. Clear the screen. I'm going to minimize this Oracle VirtualBox or Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 and I'm going to use this command. See df-ht. If you observe here, this is Linux file system. Linux file system. File system type it is file system. This is dev temp.fs slash dev mapper rhl8 hyphen root and dev slash dev sda temp. These are the file system type. What kind of file system it is? Dev temp.fs temp file system. FS stands for file system, temporary file systems. XFS is the file system. XFS is the file system. TempFS is the temp file system. So ISO 9660 is for DVD or CD. There you can get the type ISO 9660 for DVD. And size, we can see this file system size is 2.8 GB. And if we see DVD, RHL DVD size is 8.9 GB. Here, used option is there. From this size 2.8 GB, used is nothing. and available space is 2.8 GB. Use percent is, we can see it is 0%, nothing is used. On mounted on dev, mounted on dev. This file system is mounted on dev. Mounted means you can access this file system, you can access these files with the help of this mount point. Later on upcoming session, you can understand what is the mount and how we can use the files. Basically here, all files are stored here. The files we can access with the help of mount point. Mount point. How we can mount that? How we can access the files without mounting? Can we able to access the files or not? In the upcoming chapters, we will see more clearly up to understand. So this is another mount point, this is another mount point, and this is another mount point. If you understand, if you see this forward slash is there, this call we can call it as root. We can call it as root. This is slash boot. If you see slash boot, we can understand things. We can understand some bootable files are stored in this directory. That files can help to reboot the machine or shut down the machine or power on the machine. And one more is there, slash run USR42, slash run USR1000, and slash run media student1 RH124 base OS 64-bit. So these are all mounted points, mounted on these file systems. Mounted means like connected to this directory. It's kind of directory. So if we see tree, tree is a command. Tree is a command to list out files and directories, to list out files and subdirectories and subdirectories. Tree space forward slash, this forward slash we can call it as root. Tree space root. If we see, this is the Linux file system hierarchy. The same thing you can see here like this. This is the top directory forward slash. This we can call it as root. We can call it as root. Root means forward slash. This is the main directory. This is top directory. Top directory of Linux file system hierarchy. Top directory of Linux file system hierarchy. So this is the top directory. This bin, boot, dev, etc, home, root, run, sbin, temp, tmp, usr, where these are all comes under the root directory. These are all comes under the root directory. These three, Alice, Bob, Eve, are the regular users. These regular users information comes under the home, So this is top down architecture, top down architecture top down architecture. So root is a top directory, home is subdirectory of root, and home is top directories of Alice, Bob, Eve. So if you write these Alice, you can write like this: top directory, that is root, home is subdirectory of root, and Alice user is subdirectory of home. Subdirectory of home. And if we see Bob, we can write it as top directory and home directory and Bob user directory. And third one, top directory, home directory, and Eve. Eve is user. So like this, like the way top to down, we can write. If you see here, USR subdirectory of root. USR is subdirectory of root. Bin is subdirectory of USR. Local is subdirectory of USR. SBin is subdirectory of USR. Temp is subdirectory of USR. How we can write? First top directory, and then subdirectory is USR, and then bin. Second one, top directory, subdirectory, and down directory, that is local. Likewise, top directory USR, SBin, top directory USR, TMP. So like this way, we can write this directory structure. So if we see the another one, where is subdirectory of root. Temp is subdirectory of where. How we can write it? Root where /temp. So by this way we can write. Suppose if we want to write this bin, how we can write? We need to write the first top directory. Under the top directory, bin is subdirectory. We can write like this: top directory and bin. And suppose if you want to write boot, you should mention root directory and then subdirectory, means /boot. We can call it as root, / we can call root, and subdirectory name boot. Likewise we can write /dev, /etc, / it means / means root dev, we can write root etc, we can write root home, we can write root root. What is this root? This is super user. Super user is nothing but server admin default location. Server admin default home directory. So root is server admin default home directory. And we can write root run root sbin root temp root usr already we have written, and where also we have written. So by the way, we can write top to bottom we can write. This is the top, and this is the bottom. Top down architecture we can call it as top down architecture. So this is the Linux file system hierarchy. If you see root and subdirectories are there, and again subdirectories are there. Why these subdirectories are there? We need to understand. Each directory is having a specific kind of files. So which kind of files are stored in which directory, that we need to know and understand. Suppose if we take root directory, it means /root, that is the server admin default home directory. Temp is /temp. It is using for temporary files. Home is regular users home directory. So the users all files and configuration can store in the home directory, like root home alias user. Under this alias user, his files and configuration files can store. We will see here. This is the top down architecture. See, tree is command to see home. Tree is command. Root subdirectory is home, and under the home, student one is there. Student one is having desktop, documents, download, music, pictures, public, temp files, and videos. You see tree -root. This is system server admin or super user home directory. He is having these two files, configuration files. If you see tree where tree space root, this we can call it as root. / we can call it as root, where these are the subdirectories and subfiles. You can see here 802 subdirectories are there. Under the subdirectories, 1500 files are there. 1500 files are there. So this is very important. If you see in Windows, C drive is there, D drive is there, E drive is there, DVD drive is there. D drive is there, E drive is there, and if there are any additional drives, the drives we can use for store our folders and directories. Likewise, suppose if you take a C drive in Windows, operating system defaultly can store in the C drive. C drive for installing the operating system. D drive it's optional. E drive it's optional based on the user's requirement. They can store based on their required data. It may be photos, it may be songs, it may be videos, it may be tutorials, it may be some kind of files, JPG files. So based on that, this is Linux file system hierarchy. This is very important. Here we need to understand which directory is having which kind of files. What are the specific purpose is there for each directory. That purpose we can see in the session. So the file system hierarchy, all files on a Linux system are stored on file systems. All files on a Linux system are stored on file systems which are organized into a single inverted tree of directories known as a file system hierarchy. Known as a file system hierarchy. File system hierarchy. This tree is means this is kind of tree. The root, subdirectories, and again subdirectories. So this tree is inverted because the root of the tree is said to be at the top of the hierarchy and the branches of directories and subdirectories stretch below the root. So these subdirectories stretches under the root. This is top-down architecture. The root directory is the root directory. Forward slash, you can call it as this forward directory is root directory. You can call it as root, not forward slash. You can call it as root. That is root directory. The forward slash directory is the root directory. Root. If somebody say, could you write the root directory? You just write forward slash. That is root directory. If they ask root super user directory means root of the root. This is the super user directory. Root directory at the top of the file system hierarchy. So the root character or the forward slash character is also used as a directory separator. Directory separator in file names. In file names. For example, for example, this is root directory. This is root directory etc. So these are different. These are different. This is different and this is different. And where is different. So that is directory separator in file names. Subdirectories of root, subdirectories of root are used for standardized purposes to organize files by type of by type and purpose. By type and purpose. This make it easier to find files. So this specific directory files, this can help to the user to understand which kind of files are located or stored in the specific directory. So suppose if we take, for example, if we take boot is storing files needed to boot the system. So if we see root boot or forward slash boot, you can understand some files are stored, the files are using for booting the system. Likewise, each directory is having a specific purpose files. So from them, most important directories, home, we can see home root home is using for home directories. Home directories are where regular users, it is using for regular users store their personal data and configuration files. So root home is home directories of regular users. The regular users store their personal data and configuration files under this root home. So that we have seen here, root home, Alice is a user, and root home Bob is a user, and root home Eve is a user. So Alice, Bob, Eve store their personal files and configuration files under this root home directory. Root home directory. This is a specific purpose. Suppose XYZ user is there, where you can see the user information files or any configuration files. You can directly go to the root home. Under this root home, you can see, suppose cd is change directory, there is command home, there you can go and you can type ls-l command to list out the users. Sorry. So this is one user. Suppose if 20 users are there, the entire 20 users information you can see here. So likewise you can understand the specific purpose of the specific directories. And then another one is very important one, root. Root, it is home directory, it is home directory, it is a home directory for the administrator, administrative super user, administrative super user, that is root. The administrator name is root, that is why root had mentioned. If you see, this root of root is home directory of the administrative super user. That super user name we can call it as root. And another directory, boot, already we have seen here. Files needed in order to start the boot process. So these files can help to start the machine or server. And another one is etc. etc is using for configuration files specific to this system. So /etc is using for configuration files of the particular server. So /etc or root etc using for configuration files. Each package is having different kind of configuration files. The configuration files stored in this /etc defaultly. Any kind of packages or default packages configuration files is stored in the /etc once install the packages in the server. So if you want to see the configuration files, you just directly come to /root or root etc. There you can find the configuration files. And another one is dev. This is using for it contains special device files, that are used by the system to access hardware. to access hardware. These device files we can call it as drivers in the Windows environment. So sound drivers required and VGA drivers required. Such kind of drivers we can call it as here in the Linux environment device files. So that kind of device files located in this /dev directory, root dev directory, and temp directory is there. Temp directory is there. Here all kind of are temporary files stored here. Temporary files stored here. Temporary files stored here. So after 10 days, the temporary files are going to remove automatically by default. So all kind of temporary files stored here. Suppose if you are installing a software, while the software is going to install the package, while the package is going to install, some temporary files are stored in this root temp /temp directory. That kind of temporary files automatically delete after 10 days by default. And USR is a directory. USR is a directory. Here installed software you can see here, and shared libraries you can see here, and include files you can see here, and read only program data you can see, and few more important subdirectories include in this /usr. Important subdirectories include they are usr /usr bin. It is using for user commands /usr/bin is having user commands. If you see here, cd root usr bin ls-l command I am going to use to list out the commands. Here you can see this kind of commands. These are user commands. And another one is usr bin. Here in this location, system administrator commands or administration commands. System administration commands you can see here. Just go cd usr bin. Clear the screen. ls-l command or ls. These enter commands is using for system administration. And another one is usr local. Here locally customized software customized software. If there are any customized softwares, that softwares you can you can you can get in this location. If there is any customized softwares, you can use this directory to install the softwares. This is customized software location. And slash where here log files can store. Log files can store. Log files means once reboot the machine or once up the machine, different kind of logs generate. That all logs can store here. Based on the logs, you can track the whatever your requirement information. So some of the log files I am going to give here. Log files can store or logs can available in this slash where. Database logs you can databases logs you can get here. And weblogs you can get. Website contents logs you can get. Logs, databases logs, system logs you can get. Printer spooled documents logs. And user logins logs you can get. Message logs you can get. Many more logs you can get in this location. So this is the Linux file system hierarchy. So a root directory is the top directory and remaining are subdirectories. Each directory is having a different kind of purpose. So this is specific. Slash home is specific for regular users storing their personal data and configuration files, and root is a home directory of administrative super user, that is root user. Slash boot is for stored the bootable files, and etc using for configuration files, dev using for device files. The device files is using for system hardware access, like VGA driver, sound drivers, that kind of thing. Slash temp is using for temporary files, and USR is using defaultly for installed software and shared libraries, including files, read-only program data, and their subdirectories are there. Slash USR slash bin is using for user commands, and slash USR sbin is using for system administrative commands, and slash USR local is using for locally customized software, and the slash where is using for log files can store. The some examples are database logs, website content logs, printer spool documents, user logins, messages. If there, if these are the logs location. So that's it for this today's uh, describing Linux file system hierarchy concepts. So this hierarchy concept is very important to understand, um, file structures. we are going to see the concept 2, specifying files by name in this chapter 3, which is managing files from the command line. Here, specifying files by name. Once complete this concept, you can able to specify. You can able to specify location. You can able to specify the location of files relative to the current working directory and by absolute location determine and change the working directory and list the contents of directories. You can able to specify the location of files relative to the current working directory and by absolute location determine and change the working directory and list the contents of directories. Once complete this concept, you can understand the files. Here another one is absolute and absolute paths and relative paths. Absolute paths and relative paths. This is one concept here. This is very important to understand. So here the path of a file or directory, the path of a file or directory specifies its unique file system location. Following a file path traverses one or more named subdirectories delimited by a forward slash forward slash until the destination is reached. Directories also called folders contain other files and other subdirectories. So here, absolute paths and relative paths. The path of a file or directory specifies its unique file system location, and following a file path traverses one or more named subdirectories. The subdirectories delimited by a forward slash until the destination is reached. Directories also called folders. It contains other files and other subdirectories. Here we will see the absolute paths. Absolute path. Absolute paths. Here, an absolute path is a fully qualified name. Fully qualified name. It's specifying the files exact location. It's specifying the files exact location in the file system hierarchy. File system hierarchy. File system hierarchy. Absolute paths start with a forward slash. Start with a forward slash. Absolute paths start with a forward slash. It begins at the root directory and specifies each subdirectory that must be traversed to reach the specific file. It begins at the root directory and specifies each directory that must be traversed to reach the specific file. Absolute path names can be long to type. Absolute path names can be long to type. Example is, it begins with forward slash. Absolute paths start with forward slash. That is why I'm going to write start with forward slash, where forward slash log forward slash messages. Messages is a file. That file is under the directory of log. Log folder is under the directory or main directory or root directory or parent directory is where. So here if you see, root is top directory. Under the root is directory, top directory. Here var can come, here log can come. Under this message can come. See, in the server, this is my VirtualBox server, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 server. I'm going to give the password of the student one. I am opening the terminal window. Here I'm going to know the IP address of the Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 server. IP address is 192.168.1.17. I am connecting this server from my desktop putty software. IP address I am going to give 192.168.1.17 and giving the username is student1, student1. Student1. Once get the password prompt, we can provide the password to log in into the server. So here I am going to give the password of the student1. So this is the student1 default home directory. Clear the screen. Clear is a command to clear the screen. su space hyphen to switch to the user. So here if we type tree var log messages or tree var log, you just see so under this var log directory you can see these kind of subdirectories. Under these subdirectories, these are the files, log files. See here, these are the messages file. That messages file in the absolute path, we can write /var/log/messages. This is a file. This file location we are giving from beginning. It's a / from beginning / under the / var is subdirectory, under the var directory log is subdirectory, and message is under the log subdirectory. So the absolute path begins with /, then var log/messages. So this is absolute path. So this is example for absolute path. Absolute path starts with /, then relative paths. These are very important when you are start to work in the Linux server. Then you can understand more clearly what is absolute paths and what are the relative paths. And relative paths relative paths do not start with a forward slash. Relative paths do not start with a forward slash. If you write a path with the forward slash, that is absolute path. If you are not start with the forward slash, that is relative paths. So here a relative path identifies a unique file specifying only the path necessary to reach the file from the current working directory. See, a relative path identifies a unique file specifying only the path necessary to reach the file from the current working directory. Let's see an example. I am going to write example. Suppose you are in the var directory. See, cd var. pwd is command to know the current working directory path. See, you are in the /var directory. So here I can mention relative path as log /. For example, I want to see the information from the messages file cat log messages. Current working directory is /var. The messages path is, there is a log directory or folder. Under the log directory, messages file is there. So this log directory or folder comes under the /var folder. So here var is current working directory, and here we can write relative paths like log /messages. This is a relative path. Here you can see here relative path do not start with a forward slash. So here there is no forward slash. A path name with anything other than a forward slash, a path name with any other than a forward slash as the first character is relative path name. A path name with anything other than forward slash as the first character is the relative path name. That is here. Here we did not use the forward slash. This is called the relative paths. A in the user in the var directory, a user in the var directory like this, a user in the var directory could refer to the messages log file. A user in the var directory could refer to the messages log file relatively as log messages. So this is relative paths. This is relative path. Here, absolute path starts with forward slash. Relative paths do not start with the forward slash. Wherever you are in the current working directory, from there you can give the relative path of the file. The current working directory, here we see the current working directory. The current working directory. When a user logs in and opens a command window, the initial location is normally the user's home directory. When a user logs in and open a command window, the initial location is normally the user's home directory. Suppose if I am going to take a duplicate session and check the user's location, I am going to give student 2 name here. Student 2 name I have given. Once login, we can see what is the initial location of the student 2. We will see initial location of the student 2. See here, I am going to use the pwd command to know current working directory. See here, home /home/student2. This is the default current users working directory. Once login the student 2 user, this is the default users student 2 user home directory. Here you can understand, here you can see tilde symbol is here, tilde. Tilde means like this. Tilde. Called tilde. It means you are in the user's home directory. You are in the user's home directory. You are in the user's home directory. So that is current working directory. Wherever you are in the directories, you just use the pwd command to know the current working directory. This is current working directory where the student 2 is working. If you see the student 1, this is student 1. Student 1 logged into the root user in this window. Pwd is command. This is the present working directory. In this directory, a root user is working. So here another point is the terms working directory are current working directory refer to their current location. The terms working directory or current working directory refer 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 the refer to their refer to their current location. Refer to their current location. Suppose if you are working some area, if you want to know in which location you are, current location, then you can use the pwd command to know the current working directory. So this is very important whenever you are working on the server, to know the working directory or working location. And navigating paths. This is very important concept. Navigating paths. In this navigating paths, we see important commands and their purposes. Navigating paths. First command is pwd. Pwd is a command. Pwd is a command. It displays the full path name of the current working directory. Pwd command displays the full path name of the current working directory for that shell. For that shell. See example. Pwd. This is my current working directory. That is my current working directory. See, the same I am going to give as example here. And if you use ls command, you can list the files and directories. From the root directory. You are in this root directory in that root directory, these are the files. These are the files. You practice this command in your lab, to understand clearly. And the second important command here, cd. Cd is a command. It is using to change your shells current working directory. Cd command to change your shell's current working directory. If you do not specify any arguments to the command, it will change to your home directory. If you do not specify any arguments to the command, it will change to your home directory. See how it will happen. Currently I am in somewhere. The present working directory is // etc. This is my current working directory. I am now in this directory. ls is command to list out the files and directories. These are the files and directory. Suppose if I type cd and if I am not giving any argument, like /var or log, some kind of thing, this is one kind of argument. If I am not giving any argument to this cd command, if I press the enter key, it goes to the default home directory, default current users home directory. See here, that is indication. You can see tilde symbol tells us users default home directory. Just type the command pwd and see. This is the root super users default home directory. This is very, very important. Suppose if you are in the etc directory, it shows etc instead of the tilde symbol. If you are in the tilde symbol, you can identify you are the user's default home directory area. This is very important. I'm going to write some example here. PWD I am using, and cd I'm going to PWD current working directory is /home student2. Student2 is the user. So here ls-l command ls I am going to give, nothing is there, cd videos su space hyphen, going to the root user, and I am switching here to student1 pwd ls-l command I am using, cd videos I am going to give here. This is relative path I am going to give, because this relative path is not starting with the / symbol. Clear the screen. pwd. Now current working directory is, I am in the videos, home, student 1. Under this videos directory I am here, and I am going to give another command cd. Now I am going to give the absolute path home student 1 documents. I'm going to give the pwd command. See here, home student 1 documents. My current working directory is documents, and if I give cd command without any argument, it reaches to the default users home directory, and we can identify with tilde symbol. See here, this is the tilde symbol. Tilde symbol tells us users default home directory. See here, home student 1. So these are examples. You try at your lab to understand these concepts. To understand this concept, I am going to give this here. The same you can practice from your end. These are very important to understand. These are very important to understand. Once you enter into the cd videos directory, videos can see instead of the tilde. This is videos directory. You are in the directory or folder. This is absolute path. This is relative path. Once change the directory into docs home student 1 documents. The documents folder you can see here. Documents directory you can see. If you give cd command without any argument, it can reach the default users home directory. So these commands you can practice in your lab to understand clearly. I'm going to write this concept. It's very important. The prompt displays the tilde character. That is tilde character when your current working directory is your home directory. The prompt displays the tilde character when your current working directory is your home directory. Then only you can see this tilde option. And one more options we can use for cd command, that is cd space hyphen. This changes to the previous directory where the user was previously to the working directory. Cd space hyphen changes to the previous directory where the user was previously to working directory. It is very useful option. It is very useful option. See an example. CD videos, PWD, CD, home, user, home, student 1, documents, PWD. See here. First CD videos and present working directory. We checked home student 1 videos. Again from there I changed directory with the absolute path names home student 1 documents and checked PWD. Now I am in the homes student 1 documents. Previously I was home student 1 videos directory. Now I am in the home student 1 documents directory. Just give this cd space hyphen command and hit the or press the enter key. Now you back to the previous directory. Back to the previous directory. And check it present working directory. This is your present directory. Previously you were working here. To the same directory you reached. And again use cd hyphen command. You will go back to the again this directory. That was your previous directory. Now currently you are in this working directory. Previously you were at slash home student 1 documents. Just hit the enter key and it changed to previous directory. You can check it now. You are in the previous working directory. Likewise you can use this cd hyphen command. I am going to give these examples here. The same you can practice at your end to get hands-on experience. These are very important. Very important. You just practice at your end. You can understand more clearly. I am going to give all these examples here. You just practice and observe how the directories are changing and where we are in the current working directory and in the previous working directory. What was the previous working directory? What is the current working directory? You try to observe very clearly, then you can understand well. You practice and understand the directories. And one more important command is there with cd space dot. This is one command. This command uses the hidden directory to move up one level. to move up one level. cd dot dot command uses the dot dot hidden directory to move up one level to the parent directory. See here one example. I will show you. Present working directory is this view. This is my present working directory. cd dot dot and see the present working directory. Home student 1. Previously home student 1 videos. Once giving this cd hyphen hyphen, it move up one level. It move up one level. So it move up one level. Again give cd dot dot cd space dot dot and see the present working directory. It moves to one up level, up to home. Previously the cursor, the working directory was home student 1 and it moves to home only. cd space dot dot and see present working directory. It moves to the root. So here if you understand the current working directory is home student 1 videos. Once give this command, it go back or move to the up level. We can call it as parent also. It reached to the parent, that it is showing. So this you can see it moved to the on up level. You can use this command. Again you can check it. Again you can use this command. Again you can use this command. So you navigate these commands to understand the working directory location. The third important command is touch command. Normally updates a file's timestamp to the current date and time without otherwise modifying it. without modifying, you can change the timestamp. You can change the timestamp of your file with the help of touch command. We see one example here. You see one example. These are the files. We will see one file. I'm going to create one file here, this location. ls-l is command. So I'm going to create one file, vi test files.txt. I This is a test file. I'm going to save ls-l command. I'm going to give just this is the month date, and this is the timestamp. This is the timestamp. We will change this timestamp after 2 minutes. Current date time is 2019-51. We will change after 2 minutes. After 2 minutes. So now the time is 2020. See the time, it will change. So the file timestamp is 2019. If you see ls-l, this is the timestamp. Time is 2019. Now time is 2021. 2021. 2021. After 1 minute, we will see this file stamp and the current time, and we can change the timestamp of this file with the help of touch. Date. Yeah. Now the time is 2021. Now the file ls-l. See, this timestamp is 2019. So the file was created at 2019. Now the time is 2021. If we want to set the current timestamp to this file, we can use touch command and give the test file. See the ls-l command. Now it is changed with the help of touch command. We can update timestamp of the particular file. And fourth command, the very important command, is ls. Ls is a command. This command has multiple options for displaying attributes on files. So ls command has multiple options for displaying attributes on file. If you see here, if you give ls command, you see desktop, you can see directory, downloads directory, pictures directory, templates directory, videos directory, documents directory, music directory, public directory. Test file.txt is a text file. So the most common and useful options are there. The most common and useful options are there. There I am going to give here hyphen L is option. It is using for it is using for it is using for long listing format. Long listing format. See the option how it is. LS hyphen L hyphen L option for long listing format. See, long listing format means if we give without any option, these are the directories and files. If you use the L option, you can see this long listing format. So this directory is having this kind of attributes. This documents directory is having these attributes. And one more option, -A, is using this option using for all files, including including hidden files, including hidden files, including hidden files. Use this option now. ls hyphen a or al, both combinations you can use. See here now, hidden files. So this is dot is there, two dots are there, and this file before dot is there. Wherever starting with the dot, they are hidden files. That hidden files you can use -A option to see the hidden files. This is very important one. And hyphen capital R, this is using for recursive to include the contents of all subdirectories. So -I are using for recursive to include the contents of all subdirectories. Let's use this option here, ls-r. See, how it will display. So examples can write ls, you can use another option, ls-l, you can use ls-a, you can use ls-a, you can use -a. Both combination you can use ls-al, ls-al, and ls-r. So in any directory, if you see ls-al, in any directory, if you see this this dot directory is there and dot directory is there, how it will use and how it will use, what is the purpose of them? In each directory, both are you can see dot dot, this is available in all directory. While you are running this command only, you can see this directories, two directories, dot and dot. So what we can call this dot directory, it's refer to the current working directory. Dot is telling us, the dot is telling us current working directory. This dot dot refer to the parent directory. Parent directory. Parent directory means, if you see here, PWD. So current working directory is student1. Parent directory is home. Parent directory is home. Current directory is student1. ls-al command, if you use, this dot tells us refer the current working directory. Means this is the current working directory. Student1 is the current working directory. And dot dot refer the parent working directory. If you give cd dot dot, it reaches to the parent working directory. So these two you can see in all directories, in the entire Linux file system. So that's it for today's session. This is very important. You practiced well at your lab environment to understand the files by names. That's it for today's session. To practice it on your lab, to understand the commands. So the third concept we're going to see today, managing files using command line tools. Managing files using command line tools. In this chapter 3, which is managing files from the command line. So once complete the third concept, managing files using command line tools, you can able to create, copy, move and remove files and directories. You can able to create, copy, move and remove files and directories. So command line file management. Command line file management. So this is my virtual box. This is my Red Hat Enterprise Linux virtual box. This virtual box I have logged into Putty software, by Putty software. So this is my cat etc Red Hat release. This is my Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.3. I am going to use this server to navigate these commands. Clear the screen. Here in the command line file management, it's a very important. So this command line file management, to manage files, you need to be able to create, remove, copy and move them. So the files which are, the directories which are, you can create, you can remove, you can copy and you can move into some other directories. Also, you also need to organize them. Organize them. Here, the files and directories. You also need to organize them logically into directories, which you also need, which also need to be able to create, copy, and move. So, how to create file or directory, how to remove a file or directory, how to copy a file, how to move the file, how to copy directory, how to move directory, that entire things you can see in this managing files by using the command line tools. So the tools we can see one by one. These are very important. These are very important. Common, file, management, common file management commands. To fulfill this, create, remove, copy, move on files or directory. Some commands can can work can work more efficiently. The commands are very important. The commands we can see, based on the commands you can create a file or directory, you can remove a file or directory, you can copy a file or directory contents, and you can move the file or directory. That can happen by using the common file management commands. From them, mkdir mkdir is command is using for create a directory. Create a directory. Common file management commands we are going to see. The first command, the first important command is mkdir command. It is using for creating a directory. Creating a directory. The mkdir command creates or more directories or subdirectories. The mkdir command creates one or more directories or subdirectories. So by using this mkdir command, we can create a directory or subdirectories or more directories we can create. So in this, there is one -p option, -p option, that we can call it as parent -p parent option. It creates missing parent parent directories for the requested destination. For the requested destination. So for this mkdir command, we see some examples to understand the command. I'm going to use some examples here. First of all, we create a directory. We create a directory with the mkdir command. See, my present working directory is root home directory. I am switching to su-student1 present working directory. My present working directory is home student1. ls command is using to list out the directories. I am going to create a directory mkdir test lab. Hit the enter. ls-l command I am going to use. See here, test lab directory is created. So this is the way to create a directory by using the mkdir command. So mkdir is command and test lab is a directory. By using this mkdir command, we can create a directory or directories or subdirectories. So here we created a directory. Okay, we try now multiple directory creation. ls-l command I am going to use here. mkdir test lab -1 space test lab -2 and hit the enter. Press the enter key. ls-l command I am going to give to C. See here, test lab 1, test lab 2, two directories we have created successfully with the mkdir command. This is example for multiple directory creation at a time. And subdirectories. So we created a directory with this mkdir and directory name, and more directories, more than one directory we have created with the mkdir command, and one directory name and another directory name. Now we are going to see the creation of subdirectories with the help of -p. How the -p can help this parent? -p means option. -p is option. To creates option creates missing parent directories or new parent also it can create. Let's see an example. Currently, let's -l command I'm going to give here. Test lab 1, test lab 2. I'm going to give mkdir -p -p. It's a parent directory. In this list of directories, I am going to create or existed directories not available. That directory name I am going to give here. It's a new one. So mkdir rhl lab. This rhl lab directory is not in the existed list of directories. So I am going to make it as parent, and subdirectory I am going to give test lab 3. and press the enter key. Now the RHEL hyphen lab was not there previously. RHEL hyphen lab directory was not there in this list of directory. It's created under this directory. This test lab hyphen 3 is created with the help of hyphen p option. Hyphen p option is using for creating parent directories. Not only single directory, multiple subdirectories also you can give it. ls-l command I am going to give now. See, here you can see RHEL lab. RHEL lab, you can see it's a newly created. Under this ls-l RHEL lab, you can see now test lab 3. Test lab 3. Else cd RHEL lab ls-l command you can use. So under this RHEL lab test lab 3 directory is created. So hyphen p option using for creating a parent directory. If the parent directory is existed or not, it can work. This is another example. You can practice at your end. You can practice at your end on your lab. Then you can understand more clearly. So this is the way to create a directory or multiple directories or parent directories and subdirectories. This is very important. This is very important. And another important command is cp command. It is using for copy a file. It is using for copy a file. And it is using to creating a new file either in the current directory or in a specified directory. The cp command creating a new file either in the current directory or in a specified directory. It can also copy multiple files to a directory. It can also copy multiple files to a directory. You see some examples for this cp command. This is very important command. cp examples we can see. Here so I'm going to create the screen. cd pwd my present working directory. ls-l command I am going to use. This is test lab. I am entering into the test lab directory. Clear the screen. My present working directory is home student1 test lab. Here I am going to create a test file. This is vi test file.txt. I'm giving here. This is a first test file. I'm saving. So the vi editor we can see in upcoming sessions. There you can create files. ls-l command I am going to give. Now the test file, it is created. So how we can see the test file content with the help of cat command? We can see test file content. See, this is a first test file. So what I am going to do here, by using the cp command, I am going to copy the test file content to the another new file, new file.txt. So the test file content copied into new file text, new file dot text file. In this file, the content is stored or copied with the help of cp command. Just read the content with the help of cat command and see, this content is copied from the test file.txt. And read the content also, cat test file.txt. See, both contents are same, but old text file was test file.txt. This content is copied to the new file.txt with the help of cp command. By this way, we can copy of your file content to a new file. ls-l command, use it to see new file, to see new file. You can copy the content of file to another file. See here, present working directory is here, home, student1, test lab. I am going back to my student1 default home directory with the help of cd command. My current working directory is student1. What I want to do now, in this directory, home student1 test lab, under this test lab directory, these two files are there. The two files I am going to copy to this directory, home student1 directory. How we can do that? cp is command to copy. Take this, under this new file you are going to take, and dot means current working directory. So you are taking this file, and copy the file into current working directory. Dot tells us current working directory. So this means cp home student1 test lab new file.txt. So this file is going to copy into the current working directory. Your current working directory is /home/student1. Just hit the enter and see ls-l command. So test file is copied. Sorry, new file is copied. New file.txt file is copied to the student1 current working directory. So here one thing we can understand, whatever the file want to copy into the current directory, there we can use dot symbol. Dot. This dot should be there to copy any file, any directory file can copy into the current directory with the help of dot. The help of dot. See, so that I am giving here, if you want to copy a file to the current working directory, current working directory, you can use the special dot directory. Special dot directory. So in the previous session, we had seen wherever you are in the directory, this dot is available. How you can see this? ls-al, ls-al command, you can see here, you can see the dot directory. It tells us current working directory, working directory. And there is one more important one, that is, this is example for dot directory, means current working directory. -r, this is called recursive option. Recursive option. Recursive option we can use to copy a directory and its contents to the another directory. So recursive option we can use to copy a directory and its contents to another directory. Let's see an example for this option. ewd ls-l command. I am going to the test lab. ls-l command I am going to use. ls-l command I am going to use. I'm back again. pwd ls-l command I am going to give. See, test lab 2 doesn't have any information. Let's see. cd test lab -2 ls-l command, nothing is there, no files are there. So here we can use cd. I am going back. These files comes under the test lab. These two files stored in this test lab directory, that is test lab. Here I'm going to give cp -r, recursively it is going to copy. Test lab I am going to give. The entire test lab directory is copied into this test lab 2. Test lab 2. Hit the enter and see cd test lab -2, sorry, cd testlab-2 ls-l command. See, test lab directory is copied with the help of cp-r option cd testlab ls-l command. You can see the testlab directory is having two files, the two files also copied. So here what I want to say, the directory and its contents can copy to the another directory with the help of cp-r. Recursively the directory content, that the directory and its content copy into the some other directory. ls-l command, we can see present working directory is home, student1, testlab2, testlab. So this is very, very, very important when you are working in the real-time environment. So mkdir is using for creating a directory, one or more directories or subdirectories. -p option we can use for creating parent if the directory is not existed. And cp is command to copy a file into some other files, or copy a directory and its content to another directory with the help of -r option. And if you want to copy a file of any directory into the current location, into the current directory, you can use at end of the line dot directory. The file path, end of the line current working directory dot, and beginning cp option, copy option. So by using this cp option, the dot directory, the file is copied into the current working directory. And -r recursively you can copy the directory and its contents to another directories. These are very, very important commands to manage files, and directories. So we will learn few more commands in next session.
Next command is the third command is mv. mv command moves files from one location to another location. So mv command help us move files from one location to another location. Just see an example. Example we will see. This is my Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 server. This is my Red Hat Enterprise Linux release 8.3 version. And my present working directory is home, student 1. Home student 1. To know the present working directory, pwd is command. ls-l command to list the files and directories in the current working directory. These are the directories and files are there in the current working directory. I am going to move this new file .txt into RHEL lab. RHEL lab. Just try this command mv new file .txt under this RHEL lab. I am going to hit the enter, press the enter key. Now try the ls-l command. Let's see, the new file .txt is not showing in the list. You can see this file in this RHEL-lab directory only. Now again I will move another file into test lab directory. Test lab directory. ls-l command I am going to see it again. See, the test file, it is moved from this directory to test lab directory. Okay, test lab directory is here. We will see ls-l command test lab. There we can see test file.txt. See here, test file.txt is there. ls-l command again I am going to give. So we moved files in this RHEL-lab directory and test lab directory. Now the test lab 1 and test lab 2, both directories I am going to move into test lab directory. Let's see, mv test lab -1 test lab. So here, this is the source directory, this is the destination directory. So the source test lab -1 directory is moving into this test lab directory. Just I'm going to press the enter key, and again mv test lab -2 test lab I am going to give. So this test lab 2 also moving to the test lab directory. So here mv is command. This is
So here we moved test lab -1 and test lab -2 directories into this destination directory. I am going to check with the help of ls-l command. See, now test lab 1 is not there and test lab 2 is not showing. So because these both directories are moved into this test lab directory, we see ls-l test lab directory. In that directory we can find this test lab 1 and test lab 2 directory. See, test lab 1 and test lab 2 directory. ls-l command I am going to use it again, and I am going to change the cd test lab. ls-l command I am going to give. See here, file 1, new file 1, new file 2 is there. test file is there. I am going to change, I am going to rename the test file name into new file 3.txt. How I can do that? See here, mv test file.txt, new file 3.txt. What happened here? This test file.txt file will be changed with the name of new file 3.txt with the help of mv command. So here mv command we can use in two ways. One is renaming file name and another one is moving file or directory from one location to another location. Just see now ls-l command. See, this test file.txt has changed into the new file 3.txt. So this is very important command. This is very important command while we are working. See, I am going to take this in our notes. You practice at your end to understand properly. ls-l command, we can list out the files and directories. You can see the present working directory now. You change, you move test lab 1 to test lab and another one test lab 2 to test lab -2 directory is moved to test lab directory, and you can check it in the current working directory or the directories are moved or not for cross verify. And so cd test lab we are going to change the directory, and we see the ls-l command, ls-l command. There you can see the test lab 1, test lab 2 and file new file 1, new file 2.txt files. So here test file 1 we renamed with the help of mv test file.txt, and new file name I have given new file 3.txt. So these commands you can practice at your lab to understand well. So here once rename the test file with the name of new file 3.txt, it will not appear to you. The new file 3.txt file you can able to see. The existed one name has changed to new file 3.txt. Going to clear the screen. This is very important. Duplicate session I am going to take student 1. Student 1. So mv command moves files from one location to another location, and mv command can rename 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 existed file names. Existed file names. mv command can rename existed file names with new file names. So mv command can help move files from one location to another location, and rename existed file names with new file names. This is very important command, mv command. And fourth command is remove command. Fourth command is rm command. It removes files. See, rm command removes files. These are removing files and directories concept. Removing files and directories. So the fourth command can comes under this removing files and directories. So rm command remove files and directories. There is options. Based on the options, the files and directories we can remove. Here by default rm command will not remove directories that contain files. rm command will not remove directories that contain files. Whatever the directories is having the files, that directory cannot remove with the help of rm command. There we need to use hyphen r or hyphen recursive option. We can say that by default rm will not remove directories that contain files unless you add the hyphen r or hyphen recursive option. Without the hyphen r or recursive option to the rm command, you cannot remove the directories which are having the files. We will see it now. Example. Duplicate session. Student 1. Clear the screen. Present working directory. So whenever you are working in the server, you try to see in which directory you are. With the help of pwd command, you can know in which current working directory you are. So it is a good idea to verify your current working directory before before removing a file or directory. Removing a file or directory. Let's see an example. See, RM will not remove directories that contains files. We test this in the server. So I am in the current working directory home student 1. ls-l command going to see to list out the files and directories. I am entering into the cd test lab. ls-l command I am going to give. See, I am taking these commands. So the same commands you can practice at your lab. See, I am going to remove this direct dir1 rm command for remove dir1. See, rm cannot remove dir1 is a directory, means the directory 1 is having files. Let's see, ls-l command dir1. So rm dir1 directory is not going to remove. By checking ls-l command, the directory 1 is having the files. Let's see, this file 1, file 2, file 3. Three files are there in this dir1. That is why the directory 1 not removed. So I am going to give here dir1. It doesn't remove because it is not empty directory. It is not empty directory. So we try another one who is having the dir3. We will see rm dir3. dir3 is also is having some files. ls-l dir3 rm dir3. It is not going to delete. It is not going to delete. We need to use r command, rm -r dir3. Then you can able to remove the directory 3. So here we can write use the rm-r command to remove a subdirectory and its contents What happened here with the help of r command? This rm-r command traverses each subdirectory first individually removing their files before removing each directory. So we can see example cd dir3 rm-r dir1. I am going to give dir1. See, it is removed. So whatever these files, file 3, file 2, file 1 are there, first files can remove, then directory can remove. This is the way to remove the content directory. And another command is there. Options we can use widely. rm-ri command to interactively prompt for confirmation before deleting. See an example. So if we give this command rm-ri, it asks ls-l command I am going to give. I am going to remove new file 3.txt rm-ri new file 3.txt. It can ask us, can we remove a regular file, new file 3.txt? If we give yes, it can remove. If we give no, it cannot remove. I am going to give yes. ls-l command. See, the file is removed. So if we give the confirmation, then only it can remove the existed file or existed directory. So this is very, very important command. rm command. And another command means command rm is command. So options we are going to use here. So rm command -rf is the option. This entire command we can use. Command is using for remove forcefully without asking confirmation. If we give -rf option to the rm command, it can remove forcefully without asking any confirmation from the user. See, if I want to remove here test lab to rm-rf test lab 2 I have given. It cannot ask any confirmation question to us. So this is very, very important option. So finally there is one more command, that is rmdir. rmdir is a command. It only removes the directory which is or that is empty. empty, that is empty. Empty. So rm command only removes the directory that is empty. See example, whatever the empty directory is there, whenever you want to go, you want to remove, then you can use rmdir. See, see, I am going to remove this test lab one. I'm going to give the ls-l command first. Okay, this is ls-l command. I'm going to rmdir test lab 1. It is removed. Again, I will try another directory dir2. It's removed. ls-l command. See, these two empty directories are removed. Empty directories are removed. This is very, very important another command. So I am going back to the parent one up level ls-l command. I will try rm dir test lab directory now and check it. Is it going to remove or not? It is not removed because directory is not empty. Directory is not empty. Whenever the directory is empty, then only rmdir can work. So this is very, very important command. So these are the 4 important commands in the daily life we can use. So this is very important concept, managing files using command line tools. The first command is mkdir and second command is copy cp command, and options are there. That options can help lot, and mv command is there, and rm command is there, and fifth one is rmdir command is there. These are very, very, very important commands. That's it for today's session. This chapter 3 is completed. Chapter 3, managing files from the command line. This concept is clear. Tomorrow we will see next concept in this chapter 3. Thank you. We are going to see the fourth concept, making links between files. Making links between files. In this chapter 3, managing files from the command line. So in this concept, making links between files, once done this concept, you can able to make multiple multiple file names reference the same file. You can able to make multiple file names reference the same file using hard links and symbolic or soft links. So you can able to make multiple file names reference the same file using hard links and symbolic or soft links. So managing links between files. Managing links between files. Managing links between files. Here hard links and soft links we will see. Hard links and soft links we will see. It is possible to create multiple names that point to the same file. It is possible to create multiple names that point to the same file. Here there are there are there are two ways to do this. There are two ways to do this. So first one is by creating a hard link a hard link to the file, or by creating a soft link to the file So these are the two ways to make a multiple names. First one is by creating a hard link to the file, or by creating a soft link to the file. Sometimes soft link we can call it as symbolic link. So here soft link and hard link is having its here soft link and hard links each has its advantages and disadvantages. First we see the hard links. Creating hard links creating hard links Here every file starts with a single hard link Every file starts with a single hard link from its initial name to the data on the file system. Every file starts with a single hard link from its initial name to the data on the file system. And when you create a new hard link to a file, you create another name that points to that same data. Let's see this example in our lab, a Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.3 server. ls-l command I am going to use here, and this is test lab folder. I am going to test lab directory, folder or directory same. Clear the screen. ls-l command to see the list of files. There are no files. I am going to create a file.txt. Here this is a test file. This is a test file. I'm going to save it and read the file. This is a test file. See here, first of all, we need to see present working directory and ls-l file.txt. See here, there is one. So in the first point, every file starts with a single hard link from its initial name. So once you create any normal file, so that is having its own one hard link. This one tells us it is having a single hard link. Another point, when you create new hard link to a file, you create another name that points to the same data. Let's see another point here. The new hard link, once create the new hard link, the new hard link acts exactly the original file name. So the new hard link acts exactly the original file name. And another point is, we will see all these points one by one in our test lab server. Once created, you cannot tell the difference. Between new hard link and the original name of the file. You can find out if a file has multiple hard links with the ls-l command. You can find out if your file has multiple hard links with the ls-l command. Suppose if we use ls-l command, you can get the file's information. The file.txt is having one hard link. So ls-l command we can use to find out multiple hard links of the files. One one of the things it reports is each file or each file's link count. One of the things it reports is each file's link count, the number of hard links the file has. So the number of hard links the file has, that information we can see. For example, we will see. So the present working directory, PWD, we can see. And we created a file. And we have seen the long listing of the file. There we can see the one hard link. Once created a new file, the file is having its default one hard link. So here I'm going to note, this is very important while you are working, the link of new file or of file.txt is 1. See, this is hard link. So the link of the file text is 1. It has exactly one absolute path, which is absolute path is the /file.txt /txt. So this is very, very important. Here ln is a command. Ln is a command to create a new hard link that points to an existing file, See an example here. ls-l command I am going to give here. So I am going to create a new hard link with the command ln. This existed file name I have given new hyphen hard link file. HL means hard link file dot txt, or else I am going to give this hard link file. It's created. ls-l command I am going to see here now. File.txt is the existed file. The count was previously, hard link count was 1. So with this command, with this ln command, we created a new new hard link, and we have seen, the hard link count, with the help of ls-l command. Now the hard link count of the hard link file is 2, and previous file .txt is having 2, means means previous hard link plus newly created file. So that is why totally 1 plus 1 it is showing the 2 hard links. So this file.txt is having the 2 hard links, and hard link hyphen file is having 2 hard links. So here if you see the content of file1 file.txt, and see the h hard link hyphen file, it is also having the same content. So it means both files are the same, both files contents are the same. if you want if you want to find out whether two files are hard links of each other, if you want to find out whether two files are two files are hard links of each other, one way one way is one way is to use the hyphen I option with the ls command to list the files list the files inode number. Let's see, execute the command, and observe it. See, clear the screen. ls-l command I am going to use here. ls-il ls-il. See, hyphen I option tells us inode number of the number of the previous file, and inode number of the newly created hard link file. So both inode numbers are same. Both inode numbers are same. Based on the inode numbers, based on the same inode numbers, you can say these are the hard links. These are the hard links. I'm going to take it. You can execute this command. Suppose number of files are there. There you can give ls-l file.txt, a newly created file.txt. Then you can find out the inode same numbers. If you do not remember these files, if you want to see directly the hard links, you can directly use the ls space hyphen il. Whenever files are having the same inode number, they are hard links. This is very important. Concept. Even if the original file gets deleted, if the original file gets deleted, the contents of the file are still available available as long as as at least at least one hard link one hard link exists. One hard link means one file. Hard link file if exists, the content will be available. Let's see let's see this is our previous file. I'm going to remove rm file.txt and ls hyphen l command I am going to give, or il command I am going to give. See, only one file is there. So the content is there not, we can check with the help of cat hard link hyphen file.txt. See, the content is available, even the previous file deleted. Previous file deleted. Once deleted the previous file, you can see the hard link hyphen file.txt hard link number is showing 1, means from the two one is deleted, so the hard link number is showing 1. Original file, if it is deleted, the hard link file is having the content. So that point we are seeing here. This is very important concept. This is very important concept. You try to practice very carefully. Here, this hard link is having some limitations limitations of hard links. Limitations of hard links. Limitations of hard links. Hard links can only be used with regular files. Hard links can only be used with the regular files. You cannot use ln to create a hard link to a directory or special file. So by using these hard links ln command, you cannot create hard link to a directory or a special file. To creating this directory or special files, there is another one, that is soft links. While we are learning the soft links, we will work on this special files and directories. There we can understand. So by using this hard link with the help of ln command, we cannot create hard link to a directory or special file. This hard link can only be used with regular files. So this is very important. In the interview point of view, it can ask what are the difference between hard links and soft links, and can you create hard links on directory or special files. So this is very, very, very important. You try to practice it well in your lab. Hard links, one more limitation. Hard links can only be used if both files are on the same file system. Both file system. Hard links can only be used if both files are on the same file system. I am going to show you here. Df command I am going to give here. Df home I will give, and df hyphen tmp I am going to give, and again I'm going to give df hyphen /root I am going to give. See here, I am going to give again boot, df space boot. See these blocks, these blocks id is same, but the boot block id is different. So it means this boot file system and these three root/temp/home are different. You can make hard links in between /home/temp/root. You cannot create between three file system to the /boot. This /boot is different file system. If you see df hyphen or df, these are all having different kind of file systems. So in the previous session we had seen file system hierarchy. Based on the file system hierarchy, we can create hard links. Within the same file system, we can create the hard links. In the different file system, we cannot create hard links. We can see an example ls-l. So the present working directory is /home student1 test lab. I am going to create a hard link to the existed file. ln is a command, hard link hyphen file.txt, or we can give the complete path. This is current working directory / this file name, and I am going to give another file system name boot hard link file 1.txt. So as we have said, this home file system and /boot file system is different. So hard link we cannot create in the different file system. That we are going to test it now. See, no such file or directory. Sorry, ln command we need to give ln. See this command we used. It is saying fail to create hard link boot hard link file 1.txt. This is our current working directory. Invalid cross device link. Invalid cross device link means in the different file system you cannot able to create hard links. That point we are going to see it. This is one example for this. You cannot create hard link in between the different file systems. the file system hierarchy, the file system hierarchy can be made up made up can be made up of multiple storage storage devices So depending depending on the configuration of the system, configuration of system your system when you change into a new directory, when you change into a new directory, that directory and and its contents may be stored on a different file system. Depending on configuration of your system, when you are changing into a new directory, that directory and its contents may be stored on different file system, but the both different file system should be the same file system. Then only you can able to create the hard link. df df is a command. df is a command to list the directories 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 that are on different file system, that are different file systems. So that we have seen df command to list the directories that are on different file system, that is df. So this command can help the file systems. Different file system information you can see with the help of df command. Creating soft or symbolic links. Creating soft or symbolic links. So for soft link or symbolic link can call, both are same. Soft links are same, both symbolic link also same. Soft links or symbolic links are same. ln space -s is a command to create creates a soft link which is also called a symbolic link. ln space -s command creates a soft link which is also called a symbolic link. A soft link is not a regular file. A soft link is not a regular file, but a special type of file. A special type of file that points to an existing file or directory. So by using this soft link, we can create soft link on files or directory, on file or directory. But in the previous hard link, we can create only regular unregular files. This is very, very important. In the interview points, it can ask what are the difference between hard link and soft link. This is very, very important. They can link two files on different file system different file system. By using this soft link, you can create symbolic links in different file system, but it cannot happen in the hard links. They can point to a directory. They can point to a directory or special file, but not just a regular 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 file. This is very, very important. We try to create a symbolic link. What is the command? Ln space hyphen s to create symbolic link. First of all, pwd ls hyphen l command we will see. Then ln space hyphen s. This I am going to give, and soft link hyphen file.txt, or I can write it here, soft link hyphen file.txt. It's created ls hyphen l. See, this is the previous file. So the newly created soft link file name is soft link hyphen file dot text file dot txt. So here you can see in the blue color, see the content. Just I'm going to note these comments while you are doing the practice. So ln hyphen ln space hyphen s is a command to create hard links. ls hyphen l command you can see, and then you can find newly given soft link name is soft link hyphen file dot txt. It is showing in the blue color. Suppose if hard link hyphen file dot txt file it is removed, content cannot available in this soft link hyphen file dot txt. See it now, cat hard link content hyphen file. We'll see, and again soft link content we will see, and I'm going to remove this old file. See now ls hyphen l command, it cannot show, and it is showing in the another color. See it now, see it is showing in the red color, and h1 hyphen file dot txt is background color, it is marked. It means original file deleted, and this soft link hyphen file text doesn't have the content. See the content is available or not. See here, it can show no such file or directory because it is removed. But in the hard link, it can work. And here it is indicating, it is indicating the beginning of the line, beginning of the file line. You can see L instead of the hyphen. You can see beginning letter is L. It means it is soft link. It is soft link. So the soft link is showing in the blue color. Once deleted the old old file, it is showing in the red color mark, means the content is not available in this link. It's like a dummy file. Dummy file. This kind of links we can call dangling soft link. Dangling soft link. This is very important. This is very important. Practice it well. So I'm going to write one more important point. The first character or of the first character of the long listing for long listing for long listing for long listing for soft link hyphen file dot txt is showing L beginning of the line. It is showing L RWX. So first starting with the L, it is L not one, it is L instead instead of hyphen. So based on this L L character, you can understand that is soft link. So the L indicates that the file is a soft link and it's not a regular file. It's not a regular file. This is very important. This is very important. And when the original when the original regular when the original regular file gets deleted, the soft link will still point to the file. That's we have seen. Original file if it is deleted, still the point is showing to this file, but it is showing in the red color. Content cannot available. So when the original regular file gets deleted, the soft link will still pointing to the file that it is showing. The soft link is pointing to the original file. A soft link A soft link pointing pointing to a missing file is called a dangling dangling soft link. Means so dangling soft link means it's kind of dummy file. Nothing is there. Nothing is there. Content we cannot get it. The dangling soft links we can see in the red color mark, and the pointed file highlighted with the background color like this. It is dangling soft link. If anybody asks dangling soft link, just tell to them original file is deleted. Still the soft link is pointing and pointing to the pointing to the original file. But this is this is don't have this is doesn't have the content. So this is very important. These comments I am going to these comments I am going to take. Take this comment. And you can see this command ls-l. There you can see in the dangling file. This is dangling files. And try to see the content, but the content cannot available because the original file deleted. The original file deleted. This you can practice in your lab. The soft link can point to a directory. Soft link can point to a directory. Soft links we can create between file or directory. Any kind of special files or directory we can create. The soft link then acts like a directory. Acts like a directory. Changing to the soft link with cd command. For changing any kind of directory we can use the cd command. So once created the soft link to the any existed directory, so cd command can changing and working like a previous directories. Cd command will make the current working directory. Cd command will make the current working directory, that is the linked directory. The linked directory. This is very important. You practice it well. Sometimes some tools may keep track of the fact that you followed a soft link to get there. Some tools may keep track of the fact that you followed a soft link to get there. So based on that, based on the tools, you can find out the soft links. So I am going to create, a soft link, in directories. See here, ln space hyphen s dash etc home student 1 and test lab config files. This is directory. So /etc is default directory with the operating system where all kind of configuration files, all kind of packages, configuration files available. So I am going to create a soft link to the /etc to this config files. Home student 1 test lab config files. This is soft link of the /etc. I am going to press the enter, and present working directory, you can see I am in the current working directory. I am in this current working directory up to here. ls-l command I am going to give these files. We can see config files directory. See it now. This config files showing, and beginning of the line, starting character is L, means soft link. This /etc is pointing to the config files. You can use the cd command to change in this directory. Cd config files. ls command you can use. You can now use /etc also. Cd /etc. ls command you can use. So both directories files are content are same. So link between the directories. So this is very important. You can practice in your lab. So this is very, very important. cd space hyphen, you go back to the previous working directory. This is our previous working directory. I am going to give cd space hyphen ls-il command I am going to give. So this is very, very important concept, hard link and soft links. You try to practice in your lab server to understand well. So this concept is completed, making links between files. We will see another concept in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see the fifth concept, matching file names with shell expansions. In the chapter 3, managing files from the command line. Once complete this fifth concept, matching file names with shell expansions, you can able to efficiently run commands affecting many files by using pattern pattern matching features pattern matching features of the bash shell. You can able to efficiently run commands affecting many files by using pattern matching features of the bash shell. Command line expansions. Command line expansions. The bash shell has the bash shell has multiple ways of expanding a command line expanding a command line including matching matching pattern including matching pattern home directory expansion string expansion and variable substitution. The bash shell has multiple ways of expanding a command line, including matching pattern, home directory expansion, string expansion, and variable substitutions. Perhaps the most powerful of these is the path name matching path name matching capability. The most powerful of this is the path name matching capability. Historically called globbing. Historically called globbing. The bash globbing feature. The bash globbing feature sometimes called wild cards. Wild cards makes managing large number of files easier. Large number of files easier. The bash globbing feature, sometimes called wildcards, makes managing large number of files easier. Using meta characters that expand to match files or match file and path names being sought. Commands pattern or commands perform on a focused set of files at once using meta characters that expand to match files and path names being sought. Commands perform on a focused set of files at once. This is command line expansions important points and matching pattern. Pattern matching. Here globbing is a shell command parsing operation that expands a wildcard pattern into a list of matching path names. Globbing is a shell command parsing operation that expands a wildcard pattern into a list of matching path names. List of matching path names. Command line meta characters are replaced by the match list prior to command execution. Command line meta characters are replaced by match list prior to command execution. Patterns that do not return matches display. Patterns that do not return matches display the original pattern request as literal text as literal text. Patterns that do not return matches display the original pattern request as literal text. The following are common meta characters and pattern classes. The following are common meta characters and pattern classes. See here, pattern and matches. Pattern and matches. We will see the patterns. Asterisk, star, asterisk or star. It matches any string of 0 or more characters. More characters. Any string of 0 or more characters. And question mark. It matches any single character. Any single character. Any single character. A, B, C, dot, dot, dot. Any one character. Any one character in the enclosed class. Enclosed class. It means it means between between the square square brackets. Between the square brackets means A, B, C. If give question mark any single character file it can display. Asterisk means any characters or string that kind of files can display within the square brackets. Whatever the ABC or any characters, if you mention any one character in the enclosed class that can display. See here, this is my Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.3 server. This is my test server. My present working directory is home, student1, test lab, ls-l command. I am going to see the list out the files and directories. Currently there are no files and directories. I am going to create a directory mkdir glob cd glob. See, in single line we can give two commands. I am going to take this command as example. You can practice the same at your lab. See, I am going to give here example. I'm going to create this. Press the enter key. ls-l command. Nothing is there. What happened here? One directory created and change the directory into the same created directory. We can see here present working directory. See here glob. That is our current working directory. ls-l command. Currently there are no files in the newly created glob directory. I'm going to create some files. Touch is command to create empty files or changing the file timestamp. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Able, Baker, Cast, Dog, Easy. I'm going to create these kind of multiple files. Multiple files. Multiple files. Now see the ls-l command. These files we have created. We have created. These files we have created. If you see ls command, you can list out these files in the present working directory. If you see, all files which are starting from the a character ls a, that is the starting character of any file. Asterisk means after the a character any number of characters will be that files we can get. See, starting with a characters, two files are there, able and alpha. So this is one example. For asterisk means any string of 0 or more characters it can display. After the a character, n number of characters will be there, that entire files can display like this. Here from this files starting with a character, we are having only two files. Suppose ls asterisk, if you give, it can take all kind of characters and it can display all directories and files. See, all the directories and files you can able to see. Suppose if you give ls e asterisk, you can see the list of files which are starting with e character, See, we are having only starting with e files are having only two. This is also one more example. Let's see if we use question mark ls question mark. See, each question mark can display only single character, whatever the character it may be, from the existed files. Just see here, four question marks we have given, means 4 characters files we can get. See, these are the four characters file. 4 characters. If you give one more question mark, it means 5 characters files we can get. See, whatever the file names we don't know, so 5 characters files if you want to display, you can use this 5 question marks with the help of ls command. So you can list out the files. So these are examples for question mark. Suppose if you want to see this pattern, ls square bracket started a c and asterisk. Let's see these files, whatever the total files are there, whatever the a character is there, that can display, and C character files we can get. If a character is there, wherever that is, that file we can get, and C character wherever is having the file that can display. Suppose if you see D, Z, see whatever the D character it is having, that files only we can display. So these are very important. These are very important patterns and matches. I am going to give few more patterns. You try to practice in your lab to understand well. It's not ABC, ABC dot dot. It means any one character, not in the enclosed class, not in the enclosed class. So if matches any ABC of the files, that character file can display. But whatever the ABC files doesn't have, that only we can get. Which are the files doesn't have the ABC character, that files only we can get. And another pattern, ABC. This is also same like above, one character, any one character, not in the not in the not in the enclosed, not in the enclosed class. Any one character not in the enclosed class. These patterns are very important. You try to practice in your test lab server. This is one more pattern. Any alphabetic character. Any alphabetic character. Any alphabetic from A to Z. That kind of character files we can get. It's lowercase alphabets. Lowercase alphabets. Any lowercase character. Any lowercase character files that can display, and the same as upper characters like capital letters, any 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 upper character. So these are the matches. And one more important one, alphabetic character. Alphabetic character. Any alphabetic character or digit. Any alphabetic character or digit. This is another pattern. This is another pattern. Any printable character. Any printable character. Character. Not a space. Not a space. Or alphanumeric. Alpha numeric. Any printable character, not a space or alphanumeric. One more important pattern is digit. Digit. Here, any single digit from 0 to 9. Any single digit from 0 to 9. Here, one more important one, space. Space. Any single white space character. Any single white space character. This white space character may include tabs, new lines, carriage returns, form feeds, or spaces. These are the matches of the space pattern. These patterns and matchings you try to practice in your lab for better understanding. These are few examples of the above patterns and matches. Tilde expansion. Tilde, the symbol is tilde. Tilde expansion. Tilde expansion. This is very, very important. The tilde character, matches the current user's home directory. The tilde character matches the current user's home directory. You can see currently you are in the globe. If you give the cd command, it can go back to the user's home directory. You can see here tilde. You can see this tilde. It tells us current user's home directory. You just see now present working directory. This is current home directory of the student 1. Student 1. The tilde tells us current users home working directory. If it starts a string of characters, string of characters other than a slash, other than a slash, the shell will interpret the string the string the string up to that slash as a user name, as a user name. If it starts a string of characters other than a slash, the shell will interpret the string up to that slash as user name. If one matches, if one matches and replace the string, replace the string, replace the string with the absolute path to that to that to that users home directory. If one matches and replaces the string with the absolute path to that user's home directory. Tilde expansions, these are the very important points. If no username matches, if no username matches, then an actual tilde followed by the string by the string of characters by the string of characters will be used. String of characters will be used will be used instead will be used instead. If no username matches, if no username matches, then an tilde actual tilde followed by string of characters will be used instead. Will be used instead. We will see one example. In the following example, echo command, we will use echo command in the following example. The echo command is used to display the value of the tilde character, the value of the tilde character, and the echo command can also be used to display the value the values of brace and variable expansion characters and others and others. We will see the example. See, present working directory is home student1 ls tilde student1 we will see the list of directories and folders from the student one user. Tilde tells us the current user's home directory. So, so we are going to see this entire directories from this tilde student one. This is one example. You can see echo command, echo dollar, echo tilde desktop, or we can use this forward slash and see the current working directory, and the directory location. So here tilde tells us home student one, forward slash desktop tells us wherever the current user's home directory is there, under that directory the desktop directory can show us. Echo command can help us to see the directory complete path, absolute path. This is one more example. If you want to see the list of files of this desktop, you can use ls command, ls-l command you can use. There are no files and directories in this desktop. So this is one more example. You can switch to root, and you can list out the root user home directories files. See, there are only two files. On the root user. This is one more example. So the tilde is very, very important. You try to practice at your lab. Next concept is brace expansion. Brace expansion. Brace expansion. Brace expansion is used to brace expansion is used to generate discretionary strings of characters. Brace expansion is used to generate discretionary strings of characters. braces contain braces contain a comma comma separated list of strings or a sequence expression sequence sequence expression. Braces contain a comma separated list of strings or a sequence expression. The result the result includes the results includes the text the text preceding or following the brace definition. The result includes the text preceding or following the brace definition. Brace expansions may be nested one inside another. Brace expansion may be nested one inside another. Also double dot double dot syntax. Also double dot syntax expands to a sequence such that m double dot syntax p p will will expand to m n o p. So this is double dot syntax. It expands to a sequence such that, for example, within the flower braces m double dot p will expand to m n o p. So this is expand of double dot. Example this is our test machine cd test lab glob. This is my present working directory. ls-l command for existed list or directory to see. I am going to create log files by using brace expansion. See this example. Echo flower braces Sunday, that is creating for Sunday log, Monday log, Tuesday log, and Wednesday log. So that dot log. So here means here is a single line command to create multiple log files. Sunday dot log file can generate, and Monday dot log file can generate, Tuesday dot log file can generate, Wednesday dot log file can generate with the help of flower braces and also the command echo. This is within the braces whatever we had given. This is the brace expansion. See, these are Sunday.log, Monday.log, Tuesday.log, Wednesday.log files are created. ls-l command, we can see echo is giving the display of these files So we get the files, but it's not created. It's not created. It's not created. Echo can use to display as it is these files. So that is why in this existed list of files, these files not generated. These files not generated. So another example, echo file within the flower bases, one double dot brace expansion, 3 flower braces close and txt. See, these files can display. And another example, echo file a double dot c dot txt. It can display file a dot txt, file b dot txt, file c dot txt. See, file a, file b, file c, 3 files created. And one more example, file a comma b, and again within the for braces started 1 comma 2 dot txt. It can generate file a 1 dot txt, file b 1 dot txt, file a 2 dot txt, file b 2 dot txt. 4 files we can get. See, these 4 files we can get. One more example, echo file a 1 comma 2 comma a comma b comma c dot txt. See here, file a1, file a2, file b, file c dot txt files we can get. So multiple files or multiple directories we can create by using this brace expansion. These examples I am taking in our notes. You can practice at your end. You can practice at your end in your lab. This is very important while you are creating multiple files or multiple directories. A practical use of a practical use of brace brace expansion is to quickly create create a number of number of number of files or directories. Number of files or directory you can create very quickly. So here one example we will see to create multiple directories in a single line command. I'm going to clear the screen. ls-l command we are going to see here. These are the existed files. There are no directories. There are no directories. I am going to create multiple directories. Multiple directories. Multiple directories. RHEL, RHEL, or I am going to give like this RHEL braces, flower braces 6 comma 7 comma 8. So this RHEL6, RHEL7, RHEL8 directories can create in this current working directory. ls-l command I am going to see. See, these are created. These are created. Suppose if you want to create 10 directories, you can use this in single command to create. You can ls-l command rhel asterisk. You can see only these 3 directories. Inside the directory there are no files. Suppose if you go into rhl6 ls-l, there are no files. Pwd, that is the working directory. If you want to use touch file flower bases 1 double dots to 20, close the flower bases dot txt. See, ls-l command 20 files created by using single line command. So here brace expansion is the key to create multiple files and multiple directories. This is very important concept. So I am going to take this example in our notes. You can practice at your lab. This is very important. And one more concept is variable expansion. Variable expansion. Variable expansion. A variable acts like a named container named container named container that can store a value a value in memory. A variable acts like a named container that can store a value in memory. variables make it easy to access and modify modify the stored data the stored data the stored data either either from the command line from the command line or within within a shell script within a shell script. Variables make it easy to access and modify the stored data either from the command line or within a shell script within a shell script. You can assign data assign data as a value as a value to a variable to a variable using the following syntax the following syntax here: variable equal to value variable equal to value. That is syntax. Here you can use variable expansion to convert the variable name to its value on the command line on the command line. You can use variable expansion to convert the variable name to its value on the command line. If a string if a string if a string starts with a dollar sign dollar sign start with a dollar sign, then the shell will try to use the rest of the string as a variable name variable name and variable name and replace it with whatever value the variable has if a string start with a dollar sign, then the shell will try to use the rest of the string as a variable name and replace it with whatever value the variable has. We will see few examples. Example. See, I am going to give here, clear the screen. Username. This is my variable name. Username equal to operator. So here this is variable name equal to value. This value is stored into this variable. If we give this variable name equal to value, the value is stored into the variable name. This is as per our syntax: variable name, variable name equal to value. So as per the syntax, our variable name is username, and the value the value is the value is operator. So I am going to press the enter key, and I'm going to use this echo dollar sign and username. Echo is command, and dollar sign I have given before the before the variable name. Let's press the enter. What output we can get? See, operator operator we can get. So this operator value is stored in stored in stored in the variable name. So we are going to we are going to read the variable name here with the help of echo dollar username. So the value whatever assigned to this variable name, operator we can get as output. So these are the example for variable expansion. Here to help here to help avoid avoid mistakes due to other shell expansions shell expansions you can put the name, that is variable name of the variable. You can put the name of the variable in curly braces. So within the curly braces we can use the variable name to avoid the mistakes due to other shell expansions. For example, you can for example you can use dollar symbol in the curly braces variable name. So we will see example for this. Example, here we use before dollar username we had given as variable. Here we are using the curly braces. Why we are using these curly braces before the dollar symbol? Means to avoid mistakes due to other shell expansions. So the result will be the same for above echo dollar variable name, which is username, he and echo dollar within the curly braces variable name, which is username we had given, but the results are same. But by using these curly braces we can avoid the mistakes due to other shell expansions. This is very important. And another, we are going to take this command in our notes. You can practice this example in your test lab. In your test lab. Another concept is command substitution. 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 Command substitution. Substitution. Command substitution. Substitution. Command substitution allows the output of a command to replace the command itself 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 on the command line. Command substitution allows the output of a command to replace the command itself on the command line. And command substitution occurs when a command is enclosed in parenthesis and preceded by a dollar sign preceded by a dollar sign. The dollar within the braces command form can nest multiple command expansions inside each other. The that the dollar sign within the braces command form can nest multiple command expansions inside each other. We will see example. I'm going to clear the screen. Echo. Today is dollar. The braces. I'm to give today is dollar sign within the braces date space plus percentage capital A. So this is one example. This is one example. This is one example. This is one example for command substitutions. And another example is echo the time is dollar sign within the braces date space plus percentage m minutes past dollar sign in the braces can give date space plus percentage small l percentage p See here, the time as it is displayed. So date plus m, it displays 41 and minutes passed as it is it's displayed, and date plus percentage l percentage p, it can show us l display for p displays pm. So this is one more example for command substitutions. You can practice multiple in your lab up to understand. And another concept is protecting arguments from expansion, protecting arguments from expansion. Protecting arguments from expansion. Many characters have special meaning in the bash shell. In the bash shell, many characters have special meaning in the bash shell. To keep the shell from performing shell expansion shell expansion on parts of your command line. You can quote quote and escape escape characters and strings. To keep the shell from performing shell expansion on parts of your command line, you can quote and escape characters and strings. The backslash backslash the backslash is an escape escape character in the bash shell. In the bash shell, the backslash is an escape character in the bash shell. The bash shell will it will protect the character immediately 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 following 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 it from expansion. It will protect the character immediately following it from expansion. Example 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 going to clear the screen. Echo the value of the value of the value of dollar home is in home is in capsules is your home directory. Echo, the value of home is your home directory. I'm going to press the key, enter key. See, this is the output. This is the output, and we are going to see with the help of backslash. Backslash is a escape character. Escape character. How the result will be? Backslash I have given and press enter key. See, so the home, the dollar home as it is, it display as it is, it display. But in the upper example, above example, dollar home displayed the value of this variable as slash home slash student one. These are all, these are very important examples you can practice in your lab. In the preceding, in the preceding, in the preceding example, protecting the dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign from expansion, expansion caused bash to treat treat it as a regular character, and and it did not perform 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 variable variable expansion on dollar on dollar home on dollar home. To protect to protect to protect longer character strings, longer character strings to protect longer character strings, single quotes, single quotes, single quotes, or double quotes, single quotes or double quotes are used to enclose strings, enclosed strings. They have slightly different effects, single quotes, stop all shell expansion, single quotes stop all shell expansion, double quotes stop most shell expansion, most shell expansion. Use double quotation, double quotation, double quotation marks to suppress globing, suppress, globing, and shell expansion. But still allow command command and variable variable and substitution variable substitution. Example 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 clear the screen. My host equal to dollar sign within the braces host name space hyphen s close the brace colon echo dollar sign my host my host my host. This is one example. Another one, I'm going to clear the screen. Echo within the double quotes, I'm going to give star 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 host name is dollar within the flower braces my host my host space asterisk 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 and press the enter key. See, the host name is RHL8. Here value of the variable displayed here in by using this double quotes and see I'm going to take this as another example in our notes into our notes. Use single quotation single single quotation marks to to interpret all text all text literally here. The previous example we used double quotations now choose single quotation. See example for this single quotation. We will see. Going to clear the screen. Echo within the single quote I'm going to give variable dollar my host evaluate to dollar sign within the braces host name space hyphen s and close the braces the question mark and single quote end with single quote. See the output. Well, variable my host evaluate to dollar host name hyphen s single quote stop expansions. These command expansions stop. That is why as it is whatever we have given it's displayed. It's displayed. So when you are using the single quote, whatever inside in the single quote, the entire information you can display as it is with the help of echo command. This is one example. This is one example. Suppose if you give double quotes, what will happen? Let's see. I'm going to close with double quotes and giving double quotes instead of single. The same example, but we have given the double quotes ending and starting in double quotes. Instead of single quotes, we have given double quotes. See here, variable RHEL, my host, it's a command expansion happened. The variable value had given here. This command expansion value had displayed in this result. So if you use single quote, it stop all shell expansion, but in double quotes, it stop most shell expansion, most shell expansions. So this is, I am going to give here the same. You can understand to give double quotes on single quotes here. That's it for this chapter 3, fifth concept. Fifth concept. Fifth concept. So the fifth concept is matching file names with cell expansions in the chapter. In the chapter, managing files from the command line. Thank you. See you next session. Hi. Today we are going to see the chapter 4 getting help in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Chapter 4 getting help in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. This chapter is having two concepts, which are, first concept is reading manual pages. Second concept, reading info documentation. Reading info documentation. This chapter bottom line points are man pages are viewed with the man command and provide information on components of a Linux system, such as files, commands, and functions. Man pages are viewed with the man command and provide information on components of a Linux system, such as files, commands, and functions. By convention, when referring when referring to a man page, the name of a page is followed by its section number in parenthesis. By convention, when referring to a man page, the name of a page is followed by its section number in parenthesis. Info documents are viewed with the pinfo command and and are made up and made up of a collection of hypertext nodes hypertext nodes providing information about software packages software packages as a whole. Info documents are viewed with the pinfo command and are made up of collection of hypertext nodes providing information about software packages as a whole. The navigational keystrokes used by man and pinfo are slightly different. The navigational keystrokes used by man and pinfo are slightly different. So these bottom line points you can learn in this two concept in this chapter 4. So we will see the reading manual pages in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 5, creating, viewing and editing text files. Chapter 5. Creating, viewing and editing text files. So this chapter giving three concepts. The first concept is redirecting output to a file or program. Second concept, editing text files from the shell prompt. And third concept is changing the shell environment. This chapter bottom line points are running programs or processes have three standard standard communication channels. Communication channels. The three are standard input, standard output, and standard error. These programs, running programs or processes, have three standard communication channels. They are standard input, standard output, and standard error. You can use IO redirection to read standard input from a file, or you can use IO redirection to read standard input from a file, or write the output or errors from a process to a file. You can use IO redirection to read standard input from your file, or write the output or errors from a process to a file. Pipelines can be used to connect standard output from one process to standard input of another process and can be used to format output or build complex commands. Pipelines can be used to connect standard output from one process to standard input of another process, and can be used to format output or build complex commands. You should know how to use how to use at, at least one command line text editor. Sorry. You should know how to use at least one command line text editor and vim is generally installed in the Linux box, in the Red Hat Enterprise Linux box. Shell variables can help you run commands and are unique to a particular shell session. Shell variables can help you run commands and are unique to a particular shell session. Environment variables can help you can help you configure the behavior of the shell, or or the process it starts environment variables can help you configure the behavior of shell or the process it starts. So these are the points you can learn in this three concepts of the chapter 5, creating, viewing, and editing text files. That's it for today session. We will see in the next session redirecting output to a file or program. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to learn and see the chapter 6, managing local users and groups. Managing local users and groups. This is chapter 6, chapter 6, managing local users and groups. It is having 5 concepts. First concept is describing user and group concepts, and second concept is gaining super user access, and third concept is managing local user local user accounts, and fourth concept is managing local group accounts, and fifth concept is managing user passwords. This chapter bottom line points are bottom line points are there are three main types of user user account. Super user, first one is super user, and second system users, and regular users. There are three main types of user accounts are there. First one is super user, system users, second one is system users, and third is regular users. A user a user must have a primary group and maybe a member of one or more supplementary groups. Supplementary groups. A user must have a user a user must have primary group must have a primary group and may be a member of one or more supplementary groups. The three critical files containing user and group information information are the three critical files containing user and group information are /etc password /etc group and /etc shadow /etc shadow. The three critical files containing user and group information are /etc password, /etc group, and /etc shadow. The su and sudo commands can be used to run commands as the super user as a super user. The su and sudo commands can be used to run commands as a super user. The user add, user mod, and user del commands can be used to manage users, can be used to manage users. The user add, user mod, and user del commands can be used to managing users. Likewise, the group add, group mod, and group del commands can be used to manage groups. Manage groups. The group add, group mod, and group del commands can be used to manage groups. The change command can be used to configure and and view password expiration settings for users. The, the change command can be used to configure and view password expiration settings for users. These are the bottom line points we can learn from these 5 concepts of the chapter 6, which is managing local users and group. That's it for today's session. We will see describing user and group concepts in the next session. Thank you. We are going to see chapter 7, controlling access to files. Chapter 7, controlling access to files. This chapter is having 3 concepts. First concept is interpreting Linux file system permissions. Interpreting Linux file system permissions. Second concept, managing file system permissions from the command line. Third concept is managing default permissions and file access. Managing default permissions and file access. This chapter bottom line points are: files have three categories: to which permissions to which permissions apply. A file is owned by a user, a single group, and other users other users. The most the most specific permissions applies. The most specific permission applies. User permissions override group permissions. User permissions override group permissions, and group permissions override other permissions. Group permissions override other permissions. The ls command with the -l option expands the file listing to include both the file permissions and ownership The ls command with the -l option expands the file listing to include both the file permission and the ownership. The chmod command changes file permissions from the command line. The chmod command changes file permissions from the command line. There are two methods to represent permissions. First one is symbolic letters and numeric, which is digits. So there are two methods to represent permissions: symbolic, which are letters, and numeric, which are digits. The chown command command changes file ownership. The -R option recursively changes the ownership of a directory tree. The or option recursively changes the ownership of a directory tree. The umask command without arguments without without arguments displays the current umask value of the shell. The umask command without argument displays the current umask value of the shell. Every process on the system has a umask. Every process on the system has a umask. The default the default the default umask values for bash are defined in the /etc profile /etc/profile and /etc bash rc files. So the default mask values for bash are defined in the /etc/profile and /etc/bash rc files. So these are the bottom line points. These are the bottom line points of these three concepts of the chapter 7, which is controlling access to files. That's it for today's session. We will see the next concept, interpreting Linux file system permission, in the next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 8, monitoring and managing Linux processes. Chapter 8, monitoring and managing Linux process. This chapter is having 4 concepts, which are: first one is listing processes. Second concept is controlling jobs. Third concept is killing processes. Fourth concept is monitoring processes, monitoring process activity. These are the 4 concepts. This chapter bottom line points are a process is a running instance of an executable program. A process is a running instance of an executable program. Processes are assigned a state which can be running, sleeping, stopping or zombie, zombie. The PS command is used to list processes. The PS command is used to list processes. Each terminal is its own session and can have foreground process. Each terminal is its own session and can have foreground process and independent background processes. Independent background processes. The jobs command the jobs command displays processes within a terminal session. The jobs command displays processes within a terminal session. A signal is a software interrupt is a software interrupt that reports events to an executing program. The kill p kill and kill all commands use signals to control processes to control processes to control processes. Load average is an estimate of how busy the system is. Load average is an estimate of how busy the system is. To display load load average values to display load average values, you can use you can use you can use the commands like top command, uptime, or or w command. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 8, which is monitoring and managing Linux process. That's it for today's session. We will learn the first concept in next session. Thank you.
Hi, today we are going to see chapter 9, controlling services and daemons. Chapter 9, controlling services and daemons. It is having two concepts. First one is identifying identifying automatically started system processes. Identifying automatically started system processes. And second concept, controlling system services. System services. This chapter bottom line points are: System D provides a method for activating. System D provides a method for activating system resources, server daemons, and other processes both at boot time and on a running system. System D provides a method for activating system resources, server daemons, and other processes both at boot time and on a running system. Use the systemctl to start, stop, reload, enable, and disable services. Use the systemctl to start, stop, reload, enable, and disable services. Use the systemctl status command. Use the systemctl status command to determine the status of system daemons and network services started by system D. Use the systemctl status command to determine the status of system daemons and network services started by system D. The systemctl list dependencies systemctl list hyphen dependencies command lists all service units upon which a specific service unit depends. The systemctl list hyphen dependencies command lists all service units upon which a specific service unit depends. System D can mask a service unit so that it does not run even to satisfy dependencies to satisfy dependencies. System D can mask a service unit so that it does not run even to satisfy dependencies. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 9, which is controlling services and daemons. That's it for today's session. We will see the first concept, identify automatically started system process, in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 10, configuring and securing SSH. Chapter 10, configuring and securing SSH. It is having three concepts. First one is accessing the remote command line. Accessing the remote command line with SSH. The second concept is configuring SSH key-based authentication. SSH key-based authentication. Third concept, customizing open SSH service. Customizing open SSH service configuration. This chapter bottom line points are the SSH command allows users to access remote systems securely using the SSH protocol. The SSH command allows users to access remote systems securely using the SSH protocol. A client system stores remote servers identities in tilde /dot/sh /noun underscore host and /etc ssh underscore noun host. A client system stores remote servers identities in tilde /dot/sh /noun host and /etc ssh underscore noun underscore host. SSH supports both password based and key based authentication. SSH supports both password-based and key-based authentication. The SSH-keygen command generates an SSH key pair for authentication. The SSH hyphen copy hyphen ID command exports the key public key to remote systems. The SSH keygen command generates an SSH key pair for authentication. The SSH hyphen copy hyphen ID command exports the public key to remote systems. The SSHD implements the SSH protocol on Red Hat Enterprise Linux systems. The SSHD implements the SSH protocol on Red Hat Enterprise Linux systems. It is a recommended practice to configure SSHD to disable remote logins as root. It is recommended practice to configure SSHD to disable remote logins as root and to require public key authentication and to require public key authentication rather than password-based authentication. It is recommended to practice to configure SSHD to disable remote logins as root and to require public key authentication rather than password-based authentication. These are the bottom line concept of this chapter 10, which is configuring and securing SSH. That's it for today's session. We will see next session the concept 1, accessing the remote command line with SSH. Thank you.
Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 11, analyzing and storing logs. Chapter 11, analyzing and storing logs. This chapter is having 5 concepts. First one is describing system log architecture. Describing system log architecture. Second concept is reviewing reviewing syslog files. Reviewing syslog files. Third concept is reviewing system journal entries. System journal entries. Fourth concept is preserving the system journal. Fifth concept is maintaining accurate time. Maintaining accurate time. This chapter bottom line points are the system D hyphen journal D and R syslog services R syslog services capture and write log messages to the appropriate files. The system D hyphen journal D and R syslog services capture and write log messages to the appropriate files. The /var /log directory contains log files, where /var/log directory contains log files. Periodic rotation of log files prevent them from filling up the file system space. Periodic rotation of log files prevent them from filling up the file system space. The system D journals are temporary and do not persist across reboot. The systemd journals are temporary and do not persist across reboot. The cronid service helps to synchronize time settings with a time source. The cronid service helps to synchronize time settings with a time source. the time zone of the server can be updated based on its location. These are the bottom line points. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 11, which is analyzing and storing logs. That's it for today's session. We will see the first concept in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 12, managing networking. Chapter 12, managing networking. This chapter is having 5 concepts. First concept is describing networking concepts, and second concept is validating network configuration. Third concept is configuring networking from the command line. Configuring networking from the command line. Fourth concept is editing network configuration files. Fifth concept is configuring host names and name resolution. Configuring host names and name resolutions. This chapter bottom line points are the TCP/IP network model is a simplified 4-layered set of abstractions that describes how different protocols interoperate in order for computers to send traffic from one machine to another over the internet. The TCP IP network model is a simplified 4-layered set of abstractions that describes how different protocols interoperate in order for computers to send traffic from one machine to another over the internet. IPv4 is the primary network protocol used on the internet today. IPv4 is the primary network protocol used on the internet today. IPv6 is intended as an eventual replacement for the IPv4 network protocol. By default, Red Hat Enterprise Linux operates in dual stack mode. By default, Red Hat Enterprise Linux operates in dual stack mode using both protocols in parallel. By default, Red Hat Enterprise Linux operates in dual stack mode using both protocols in parallel. Network Manager is a daemon that monitors and manages network configuration. Network Manager is a daemon that monitors and manages network configuration. The NMCLI command is a command line tool for configuring network settings with Network Manager. The NMCLI command is a command line tool for configuring network settings with Network Manager. The system's static host name is stored in the /etc hostname file. The system's static hostname is stored in the /etc hostname file. The hostname ctl command is used to modify or view the status of the system's hostname and related settings. The hostname ctl command is used to modify or view the status of system's hostname and related settings. The hostname command displays or temporarily modifies the system's hostname. The hostname command displays or temporarily modifies the system's hostname. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 12th, which is managing networking. That's it for today's session. We will see the concept 1 describing networking concept in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 13 archiving and transferring files. Chapter 13th archiving and transferring files. This chapter is having three concepts. First concept is managing compressed tar archives. Managing compressed tar archives. And second concept is transferring files between systems securely. Transferring files between systems securely. Third concept, synchronizing files between systems securely. This chapter bottom line points are the tar command creates an archive file from a set of files and directories. Extract files from the archive and lists the contents of an archive. The tar command creates an archive file from a set of files and directories, extract files from the archive, and list the contents of an archive. The tar command provides a set of different compression methods to reduce archive size. The tar command provides a set of different compression methods to reduce archive size. Besides providing a secure remote shell, the SSH service also provides the SCP and SFTP commands as secure ways to transfer files from and to a remote system running the SSH server. Besides providing a secure remote shell, the SSH service also provides the SCP and SFTP commands as secure ways to transfer files from and to a remote system running the SSH server. The rsync the rsync command securely and and efficiently synchronizes files between two directories, either one of which can be on a remote system. The rsync command securely and efficiently synchronizes files between two directories, either one of which can be on a remote system. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 13th, which is archiving and transferring files. That's it for today's session. We will see first chapter, managing compressed tar archives, in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 14, installing and updating software packages. Chapter 14 installing and updating software packages. It is having 5 concepts. First one is registering systems for Red Hat support, and second concept is explaining and investigating RPM software packages. Third concept is installing and updating software packages with yum. And fourth concept is enabling yum software repositories. And fifth concept is managing package module streams. This chapter bottom line points are Red Hat subscription provides tools to entitle machines to product subscriptions, get updates to software packages, and track information about support contracts and subscriptions used by the systems. Red Hat subscription provides tools to entitle machines to product subscriptions, get updates to software packages, and track information about support contracts and subscriptions used by the systems. Software is provided as RPM packages, RPM packages, which which make it easy to install, upgrade, and uninstall software from the system. Software is provided as RPM packages, which make it easy to install, upgrade, and uninstall software from the system. The RPM command can be used to query a database to local database to provide information about the contents of installed packages and install downloaded package files. The RPM command can be used to query a local database to provide information about the contents of installed packages and install downloaded package files. Yum is a powerful command line tool that can be used to Yum is a powerful command line tool that can be used to install, update, remove, and and query software packages. Software packages. Yum is a powerful command line tool that can be used to install, update, remove, and query software packages. Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 uses application streams to provide a single repository to host multiple versions of an applications packages and and its dependencies. Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 uses application streams to provide a single repository to host multiple versions of application packages and and its dependencies. So these are the concepts. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 14, which is installing and updating software packages. That's it for today's session. We will see the concept one registering systems for Red Hat support in next coming session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 15, accessing Linux file systems. Chapter 15, accessing Linux file systems. It is having three concepts. First one is identifying file systems and devices. Second concept is mounting and unmounting file systems. Third concept is locating files on the system. This chapter bottom line points are storage devices are represented by a special file type called block device. Storage devices are represented by a special file type called block device. Called block device. The df command reports total disk space, used disk space, and free disk space on all mounted regular file systems. The df command reports total disk space, used disk space, and free disk space on all mounted regular file systems. The mount command allows the root user to manually mount a file system. The mount command allows the root user to manually mount a file systems. All processes need to stop accessing the mount point in order to successfully unmount the device. All processes need to stop accessing the mount point in order to successfully unmount the device. The removable storage devices are mounted in the /run media directory when using the graphical environment. The removable storage devices are mounted in the /run media directory when using the graphical environment. The find command performs a real-time search in the local file systems to find files based on search criteria. The find command performs a real-time search in the local file systems to find files based on search criteria. So these are the bottom line points of this 15th chapter, which is accessing Linux file systems. That's it for today's session. We will see the first concept in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 16, analyzing servers and getting support. Chapter 16, analyzing servers and getting support. It is having, this chapter is having three concepts. First one is analyzing and managing remote servers. Analyzing and managing remote servers. And second concept is getting help from Red Hat customer portal. Getting help from Red Hat customer portal. Third concept is detecting and resolving issues with Red Hat Insights. Detecting and resolving issues with Red Hat Insights. This chapter bottom line points are web console is a web-based management interface to your server based on the open source cockpit service. Web console is a web-based management interface to your server based on the open source cockpit service. Red Hat customer portal provides you with access to documentation, downloads, optimization tools, support, case management, and subscription and entitlement management, entitlement management for your Red Hat products. Red Hat Customer Portal provides you with access to documentation, downloads, optimization tools, support case management, and subscription and entitlement management for your Red Hat products. Red Hat support tool is a command line command line Red Hat support tool is a command line tool to query knowledge base knowledge base and work with support work with support cases from the servers command line. Red Hat support tool is a command line tool to query knowledge base and work with support cases from the server's command line. Red Hat Insights is a SaaS based SaaS based predictive 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 analytics tool to help you identify and remediate threats to your systems security performance availability and stability. Red Hat Insights is a SaaS based predictive analytics tools to help you identify and remediate threats to your system's security, performance, availability, and stability. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 16, which is analyzing servers and getting support. That's it for today's session. We will see the first concept, analyzing and managing remote servers, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 1, improving command line productivity. Chapter 1, improving command line productivity. This chapter is having three concept three concepts. First concept is writing simple bash scripts. First concept is writing simple bash scripts. Second concept is running running commands more efficiently using loops. Running commands more efficiently using loops. Third concept is matching text in command output with regular expressions. Matching text in command output with regular expressions. This chapter bottom line points are how to create and execute simple bash scripts, how to create and execute simple bash scripts, how to use loops to iterate through a list of items from the command line and in a shell script. How to use loops to iterate through a list of items from the command line and in a shell script. How to search for text in log files and configure configuration configuration files using regular expressions and grep. How to search for text in log files and configuration files using regular expressions and grep. These are the bottom line points. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 1, which is improving command line productivity. So that's it for today's session. We will see concept 1, writing simple bash scripts, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 2, scheduling future tasks. Chapter 2, scheduling future tasks. This chapter is having 4 concepts. First one is scheduling a deferred user jobs, scheduling a deferred user job. Second concept is scheduling recurring user jobs, scheduling recurring user jobs. Third concept is scheduling recurring system jobs. And fourth concept is managing temporary files. Managing temporary files. This chapter bottom line points are jobs that are scheduled to run once in the future are called deferred jobs or tasks. Jobs that are scheduled to run once in the future are called deferred jobs or tasks. Recurring user jobs execute
execute the user's tasks on a repeating schedule. Recurring user jobs execute the user's tasks on a repeating schedule. Repeating schedule. Recurring recurring system jobs accomplish administrative administrative tasks on a repeating schedule that have system wide impact. Recurring system jobs accomplish administrative tasks on a repeating schedule that have system wide impact. The system D timer units the system D timer units can execute both the deferred or recurring jobs. The system D timer units can execute both deferred or recurring jobs. These are the bottom line bottom line points of this chapter 2, which is scheduling future tasks. That's it for today's session. We will see chapter 1, scheduling a deferred user jobs, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 3, tuning system performance. Chapter 3, tuning system performance. This chapter is having two concepts. First one is adjusting tuning profiles. Adjusting tuning profiles. Second concept is influencing process scheduling. Influencing process scheduling. This chapter bottom line points are the tuned service automatically modifies device settings to meet specific system needs based on a predefined selected tuning profile. The tuned service automatically modifies device settings to meet specific system needs based on a predefined selected tuning profile. To revert all changes made to system settings by a selected profile, either switch to another profile or deactivate the tuned service. To revert all changes made to system settings by a selected profile, either switch to another profile or deactivate the tuned service. The system assigns a relative priority to a process to determine its CPU access. Its CPU access. The system assigns a relative priority to a process to determine its CPU access. This priority is called the nice value of a process. The nice value of a process. The nice command assigns a priority to a process, a priority to a process when it starts. When it starts. The nice, the re-nice command, the re-nice command modifies the priority of a running process. The re-nice command modifies the priority of a running process. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 3, which is tuning system performance. That's it for today's session. We will see chapter 1, adjusting tuning profiles, in next session. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 4, controlling access to files with ACLs. ACLS. Chapter 4, controlling access to files with ACLs, access control list. This chapter is having two concepts. First one is interpreting files ACLs. Interpreting files ACLs. Second concept is securing files with ACLs. ACLS. This chapter bottom line points are ACLs provide fine grained access control to files and directories. ACLs provide fine-grained access control to files and directories. The get FACL command displays the ACLs on a file or directory. The getFACL command displays the ACLs on a file or directory. The set FACL command sets, modifies, and remove default and standard ACLs on files and directories. The setFACL command sets, modifies, and remove default and standard ACLs on files and directories. Use default ACLs for controlling new files and directories permissions. Use default ACLs for controlling new files and directories permissions. Red Hat Enterprise Linux uses systemd and udev to apply predefined ACLs on devices, folders, and files. Red Hat Enterprise Linux uses systemd and udev to apply predefined ACLs on devices, folders, and files. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 4, which is controlling access to files with ACLs. We will see first chapter, interpreting files ACLs, in next session. That's it for today. Thank you. Hi. Today we are going to see chapter 5, managing SE Linux security. Chapter 5, managing SE Linux security. In this chapter we are having 4 concepts. First concept is changing the SE Linux enforcement mode. Changing the SE Linux enforcement mode. And second concept is controlling SE Linux file context. And third concept is adjusting SE Linux policy with booleans. Fourth concept is investigating investigating and resolving SC Linux issues. These are the four concepts. This chapter bottom line points are the enforce, get enforce and set enforce commands are used to manage the SC Linux mode of a system. The get enforce and set enforce commands are used to manage the SC Linux mode of a system. The SC manage command is used to manage SC Linux policy rules. The restore con command applies the context defined by the policy. Booleans are switches that change the behavior of the SC Linux policy. Booleans are switches that change the behavior of the SC Linux policy. They can be enabled or disabled and are used to tune the policy. They can be enabled or disabled and are used to tune the policy. The SC alert displays useful information to help with SC Linux troubleshooting. The C alert displays useful information to help with troubleshooting. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 5th, which is managing SC Linux security. That's it for today's session. We will see the first concept, changing the SC Linux enforcement mode, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 6th, managing basic storage. Chapter 6th, managing basic storage. This chapter is having two concepts. First one is adding partitions, file systems, and persistent mounts. Second concept is managing swap space. This chapter bottom line points are You use the parted command. You use the parted command to add, modify, and remove partitions on disks with the MBR master boot record or the GPT partitioning scheme. You can use the parted command to add, modify, and remove partitions on disk with the MBR or GPT partitioning scheme. You use the mkfs.xfs command to create XFS file systems on disk partitions. You can use the mkfs.xfs command to create XFS file systems on disk partitions. You need to add file system mount commands to /etc fs tab to make those mounts persistent. You need to add file system mount commands to /etc fs tab to make those mounts persistent. You use the mkswap command to initialize swap spaces. You use the mkfs swap command to initialize spaces. These bottom line points of this chapter 6th, which is managing basic storage. That's it for today's session. We will see the first concept, adding partitions, file systems, and persistent mounts in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 7th, managing logical volumes. Chapter 7th, managing logical volumes. This chapter is having two concepts. First one is creating logical volumes. Second concept is extending logical volumes. This chapter bottom line points are LVM allows you to create flexible storage by allocating space on multiple storage devices. LVM allows you to create flexible storage by allocating space on multiple storage devices. Physical volumes, volume groups, and logical volumes are managed by a variety of tools such as PV create, VG reduce, and LV extend. Physical volumes, volume groups, and logical volumes are managed by a variety of tools such as PV create, VG reduce, and LV extend. Logical volumes can be formatted with a file system or swap space, swap space, and they can be mounted persistently. Logical volumes can be formatted with a file system or swap space, and they can be mounted persistently. Additional storage can be added to volume groups. Additional storage can be added to volume groups and logical volumes. Logical volumes. Additional storage can be added to volume volume groups and logical volumes can be extended dynamically. Additional storage can be added to volume groups and logical volumes can be extended dynamically. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 7th, which is managing logical volumes. That's it for today's session. We will see first concept, creating logical volumes, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 8, implementing advanced storage features. Chapter 8, implementing advanced storage features. This chapter is having two concepts. First concept is managing layered storage with Stratus. Managing layered storage with Stratus. Second concept is compressing and deduplicating storage with VDO. This chapter bottom line points are the the Stratus storage management solution implements flexible file systems that grow dynamically with data. The Stratus storage management solution implements flexible file systems that grow dynamically with data. The Stratus storage management solution supports. The Stratus storage management solution supports thin provisioning, snapshotting, and monitoring. Thin provisioning, snapshotting, and monitoring. The virtual data, the virtual data optimizer, which is VDO, virtual data optimizer aims to reduce the cost of data storage. The virtual data optimizer VDO aims to reduce the cost of data storage. The virtual data optimizer applies zero block elimination, data deduplication, and data compression to optimize disk space efficiency. Data compression to optimize disk space efficiency. So the virtual data optimizer applies zero block elimination, data deduplication, and data compression to optimize disk space efficiency. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 8, which is implementing advanced storage features. That's it for today's session. We will see chapter 1, managing layered storage with Stratis, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 9, accessing network attached storage. Chapter 9, accessing network attached storage. This chapter is having two concepts. First concept is mounting network attached storage with NFS, network file system. Second point is, second concept is auto mounting network attached storage. Auto mounting network attached storage. This chapter bottom line points are mount and unmount an NFS export from the command line. Mount and unmount an NFS export from the command line. Configure an NFS export to automatically mount at startup. Configure an NFS export to automatically mount at startup. Configure the auto mounter with direct and indirect maps and describe their differences. Describe their differences. Configure NFS clients to use NFS version 4 using the new NFS conf tool. Configure NFS clients to use NFS version 4 NFS v4 using the new NFS conf tool. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 9, which is accessing network attached storage. That's it for today's session. We will see first concept mounting network attached storage with NFS in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 10 controlling the boot process. Controlling the boot process. Chapter 10 controlling the boot process. This chapter is having three concepts. First concept is selecting the boot target. Selecting the boot target. And second concept is resetting the root password. And third concept is repairing file system issues at boot. Repairing file system issues at boot. This chapter bottom line points are system CTL reboot and system CTL power off. System CTL reboot and system CTL power off. Reboot and power down a system respectively. System CTL reboot and system CTL power off. The commands can reboot and power down a system respectively. System CTL isolate target name dot target switches to a new target at runtime. System CTL isolate target name dot target switches to a new target at runtime. System CTL get default and system CTL set default can be used to query and set the default target. System CTL get default and system CTL set default can be used to query and set the default target. Use rd dot break. Use rd dot break on the kernel command kernel command line to interrupt the boot process before control is handed over from the INIT RAM file system. INIT RAMFS. Use rd.break on the kernel command line to interrupt the boot process before controlling is handed over from the init RAMFS. The root file system is mounted read only under /sys root. The root file system is mounted read only under /sysroot. The emergency target can be used to diagnose and fix file system issues. The emergency target can be used to diagnose and fix the file system issues. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 10th, which is controlling the boot process. That's it for today's session. We will see first concept, selecting the boot target, in next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 11th, managing network security. Chapter 11, managing network security. This chapter is having two concepts. First concept is managing server firewalls. Second concept is controlling SE Linux port labeling. Controlling SE Linux port labeling. This chapter bottom line points are: the net filter subsystem allows kernel modules to inspect. The net filter subsystem allows kernel modules to inspect every packet traversing the system. All incoming, outgoing, or forwarded network packets are inspected. All incoming, outgoing, or forwarded network packets are inspected. The use of firewall D has simplified management by classifying all network traffic into zones. The use of firewall D has simplified management by classifying all network traffic into zones. Each zone has its own list of ports and services. Each zone has its own list of ports and services. The public zone is set as the default zone. The public zone is set as the default zone. The firewall D service ships with a number of predefined services. The firewall D service ships with a number of predefined services. They can be listed using the firewall -cmd hyphen space hyphen get services command. They can be listed using the firewall -cmd space hyphen get hyphen services command. Network traffic is tightly controlled by the SE Linux policy. Network traffic is tightly controlled by the SE Linux policy. Network ports are labeled. Network ports are labeled. For example, port 22, so TCP has the label SSH underscore port underscore T associated with it. When a process wants to listen on a port, SE Linux checks to see whether the label associated with it is allowed to bind that portal label, that port label. For example, port 22 TCP has a label SSH underscore port underscore T associated with its associated with it. When a process wants to listen on a port, SC Linux checks to see whether the label associated with it is allowed to bind that portal label. The cmanager command is used to add, delete, and modify labels. The cmanage command is used to add, delete, and modify labels. These are the bottom line points of this chapter 11, which is managing network security. That's it for today's session. We will see chapter 1, managing server firewalls, in the next session. Thank you. Hi, today we are going to see chapter 12, installing Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Chapter 12, installing Red Hat Enterprise Linux. This chapter is having three concepts. First concept is installing Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Second concept is automating installation with Kickstart. Automating installation with Kickstart. Third concept is installing and configuring virtual machines. Third concept is installing and configuring virtual machines. This chapter bottom line points are: the RHEL 8 binary DVD includes the RHEL 8 binary DVD includes Anaconda and all repositories required for installation. The RHEL 8 binary DVD includes Anaconda and all repositories required for installation. The RHEL 8 boot ISO includes the Anaconda installer accessing repositories over the network during installation. The RHEL 8 boot ISO includes the Anaconda installer accessing repositories over the network during installation. The Kickstart system performs unattended installations. The Kickstart system performs unattended installations. Kickstart files can be created. Kickstart's files can be created using the Kickstart generator website. Or by copying and editing /root anaconda -ks.cfg file. Kickstart files can be created using the Kickstart generator website or by copying and editing /boot anaconda -ks.cfg. The word M module provides the packages for a RHEL system to become a virtualization host. The word M module provides the packages for a RHEL system to become a virtualization host. The machines cockpit machines package adds the virtual machines menu to cockpit. The cockpit machines package adds the virtual machines menu to cockpit. These are the bottom line points of this 12th chapter, which is installing Red Hat Enterprise Linux. That's it for today's session. We will see the concept 1, installing Red Hat Enterprise Linux, in next session. Thank you.